And we are live. What's going on, everybody? Today is Saturday, and while we typically don't do a Saturday streams, at least not normally, I felt like we needed to have a Saturday stream because one, I didn't stream yesterday, and two, I didn't stream last week because I was out of town. I didn't have access to my computer and everything like that, right? So what better way to fix that than to at least give you guys not just a Saturday stream, but almost like a double feature stream or something like that, right? We're doing like twice the length ish here, so this should be a nice long-ish 6-hour stream for the most part, and we're going to be doing some Battle Brothers. So we are going to be continuing our playthrough of the Undaunted, right? The Undaunted, which is a peasant militia origin. And we are primarily going to be focusing on building up relations with the southern factions in the sand and the like deserts, the city states, right? And then doing some like arena fights and getting a hold of some gear and whatnot out here. So that's the goal. Whether or not we stay there or we wipe or anything like that, I don't know. We're just gonna we're doing the things, right? Yo, what's going on, Sean? But without too much else to, detract from the starting of the stream, let's go ahead and get on into things. So if I remember correctly, we like to do top right for Battle Brothers for our the face square thing. But yeah, so here we are. Then let's go ahead and take a quick look-see at our current roster. So we have Ryland of Breadshire, who is a two-handed axe user, which has footman's armor, which is actually pretty good armor for where we're at in the game, with a padded dented nasal helmet, and the footman's armor does have a direwolf cloak attached to it. 77 melee skill, 46 range skill, 30 melee defense. And he's got 60 fatigue after armor and whatnot. He does have battle forged, so all in all, honestly, a pretty solid bro. And he's definitely we've got some promise with him, and he's going to be a fat noob bro. Okay, so that's kind of what we're going for here. And give me 2 seconds. It looks like I might be seeing some frame drops, maybe, potentially. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, so you guys just let me know how it looks on your end. If things are looking sketchy, then I can try to update the settings real quick, but I think everything should be fine. I haven't had to change my YouTube settings, my stream settings, for a while, so I don't know why we'd be having issues with it, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I know Battle Brothers is a super action-packed game, so every single frame matters, but we never know. We have Harold the Snake, who is kind of boogered up down here. He's got no permanent injuries, thank God. He has a pierced hand and a ripped ear. He's got 2-star melee skill, 3-star melee defense. He's going to be pretty solid. We have a 3-star melee defense thief in the back here, whose name is Fury. We have Till the Mill, who is a pretty solid not a banner boy, but he's a well, he could be a banner bro. He's got 58. What's everyone else at? Yeah, Till the Mill, congratulations, you're gonna be the banner bro. I mean, you've got Rally, we just need to make a banner. We got Wernhard, who's a frontliner up here. What are your perks? Okay, we got a standard frontline build here. Rudolph the Swift is actually a pretty solid backliner from the looks of it. Definitely not mad about that. And then we have Wolfgang, who looks like he will probably end up being a crossbowman. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. I needed that refresher because it's been a few weeks since I played this. YouTube/Wi-Fi behave. I waited for ages for Clyde to come back soon. Hey man, I'm here. Okay, so Sean, let me know if things are looking a little sketchy in the way of buffering, or if I start sounding like a robot or anything like that. Just let me know. I will have to obviously go offline and try to troubleshoot stuff. But things should be fine. If things aren't fine, then I'll have to figure out a different way to get some content out there. Okay, so we do have a mission here, and I'm not sure what it is. The contract you negotiated is as follows. So we have to deliver cargo to a guildmaster in Bokenberg, about 3 days to the northwest, and I get paid 1,000 crowns, or 940. We have a decent amount of crowns right now. We don't necessarily need another 1,000. We could definitely use some more people. I don't really want any of these people, though. Butcher wouldn't be terrible. Getting some indebted wouldn't be awful. Indebted don't cost like daily wages, but they're also we have recently retired desert bandits. Okay, we could probably do that. Yeah, we for 830 crowns for some desert bandits, we can totally do that. Ryland can definitely go. Right, he's pretty strong. He's got some pretty good melee skill. Wernhard is, I mean, he should be okay, right? Ingmar could probably work too. He doesn't have the best defensive stats. Rudolph actually has some really good defensive stats, believe it or not. Like having this without any actual like shields is pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna take Wernhard. Okay, and I think we can either take Till, but Till doesn't have good defensive stats, right? And I don't think he has dodge. No, he doesn't have dodge. But Rudolph would be pretty solid too, I think. So I think we take Rudolph and we kind of pray, right? So we have 2 axes, we have a Scramus axe, right? Yeah, we need, I may swap Rudolph out. Not Rudolph, but his weapon off, right? And give him a pike instead. And then we give Till the the long axe. Because I need something with stab potential. How's my Saturday going? My Saturday's going pretty good, my dude. Been relaxing. I've been trying to recover from jet lag. I did a lot of traveling while I was gone. And so like this past week, I've been sleeping a ton once I got back home. But yeah, no, I've been doing pretty good. Nothing super exciting that I've done yet today. Just kind of relaxed, watched some TV with the wife, and trying to just, you know, wind down from what work week I had, and then try to prepare myself for the onslaught of chores I need to get done for the weekend. Okay, so it's just 2. It's 2 outlaws. Okay, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. I don't think they're going to be able to get a hold of us. So if I actually move, right? So I want to move back. I want to say 2 squares. Okay, so these guys are going to move up, and then I'm going to move back 2 squares, and now they'll move up again. Okay, I'm really hoping we do okay here, because if we lose, that would be very unfortunate for me. Okay, that was a good hit. That was a really good hit. Good old Ryland coming in clutch, and now he's stunned, so not quite as clutch. But we got a good stab in here from Rudolph. Rudolph, I'm going to have him start coming over here, try to help out. Okay, 1 down. I'm gonna wait here. We're gonna take 1 step up, and we're gonna break his shield. Okay, now he doesn't have a shield. We have 50% chance to hit. We're actually gonna start being able to do damage now. Boom, beautiful. Wasn't even worried. Wasn't even worried. Easy kills. Easy kills, easy XP. Don't get any loot, but we got a good like 800 some odd crowns. So totally worth it. Totally worth it. And like very little damage got received or anything like that. Like Ryland's the only one that actually took damage. Like we're okay. So he'll get his gear all patched up, and we'll get a Till the Mill set back up with his pike, and then a Rudolph will get his long axe again. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I need to think about it, let's take a look at Fury, right? Okay, so Fury has a 54 melee attack, right? And that means max level, on average, he's going to have 74 melee attack. That's not very good, right? That's not great. He has 42 range, so absolute best would probably be around 72 on average. So that's also not very good. He has 10 starting out melee defense with 3 stars, which means he's going to average 35 on top of that. So 45, not counting a shield or anything. He has 97 fatigue. I don't think any of these things cost fatigue. Nope. So he has 97 base fatigue, which is okay. 122 initiative and 32 resolve. I actually have an idea of how I'm going to build him. So this is going to seem very weird. First, let me preface this, right? This is going to be a very interesting, if not weird, build. But he's going to be a tank, okay? Which you may be like, okay, well, how's that weird? He's going to be a tank that I'm not going to put a ton of points into melee. And instead, and he's not going to use a standardized weapon. He's going to be a dagger tank. And we are going to set him up to where he primarily just lives within whatever he's able to do with a dagger, right? We need to get him a better dagger than the penknife that he has, so we'll give him, you know, this one. Like we'll give him like a standard dagger here instead of a that little penknife that he has. And I don't really plan on giving him anything for throwing or anything like that. I mean, we could. It wouldn't be that much of a stretch, but I want him to be built up. We're going to give him more resolve. We're going to give him a little bit more initiative, right? And he's going to have dodge, okay? So we're going to set him up as a fairly high fatigue tank, which I don't know if dodge will work too well with that, actually, now I'm thinking about it. But dagger mastery, if we can get him a famed dagger later on, I think we'll be pretty good. But for right now, good enough. Okay. Fury's just like stabby, stabby, stab, stab. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to make us a lot of money. That's what Fury's going to do. So we have Sandberg here. And you know what? I'm going to say that Sandberg's counted as in the sands, 1, because of the name, and 2, because it's close. We'll go down to Al Hazif to see if we've got any missions down here. I don't want to go away for multiple days just for a caravan job. That seems very dumb to me. I'm kind of hoping we can run into some hyenas or... Okay, outlaws and an archer. I don't really want to fight this. I don't think I might have to. So these guys have dodge and double grip. This guy's got the high ground. They've got... Like, the problem is they all have dodge, which is annoying. Like, incredibly annoying. Well, just to give us an idea. So, Ryland does not have dodge. No, he does not have dodge. But I think Wernhard does. Wernhard's got some really good defensive stats. But, like, a lot of these guys actually have some really good defensive stats because they have dodge. But I'm just like, man, some of this is just dumb. And all of these guys have dodge. Is the Sand Desert Area DLC or base? So technically it's so the area that I'm in, right, that has like the arenas and whatnot, that is a DLC. You will see some like sandish or steppe type, or like STEPPE steppe kind of a biomes in the base game without any DLCs. But if you want to see like hyenas, these type of nomads and whatnot, this is all DLC. And I know my face is probably partially obscuring the map here. So we're up against 6 of them. One of them is an archer. They currently have the high ground. Fury is not built to be well, he's only level 1, so he doesn't have the defensive stats yet for us to be able to just send him in there. And I don't necessarily want us to, man, I kind of want to run, but I also don't. So we're gonna fight it. I want to see how this goes, right? I have a feeling we may lose somebody, but I don't think we're gonna like wipe. So that's why I'm deciding to like fight this. Man, I really don't like how I'm doing this. This is a very dumb idea. No, I say that, and then I do that. Okay. Fury, you're just going to continuously shield wall. That is what you're going to do right now. That's what I need you to do right now. Beautiful. Had a good head hit in. Okay. Ouch. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Yeah, 41% chance, 28%. We're going to go for the 41, right? We're going to miss, which is unfortunate. So we have a 30% or a 28, or I could just shield wall. And honestly, we're probably just going to shield wall here. 17% versus 43. We're going to go for the 43. We're going to miss. That's unfortunate. This guy has no head armor. We're going to go for it. Got a decapitation. That is great. For now, we're going to go and see if we can start doing a little bit of damage here. 61%. Got a good cut there. Let's see here. 43 versus 42. We'll go for the 43. We're going to miss. That's unfortunate. And a 16% just really doesn't look too good for us. So I'm not sure how we're going to be able to manage that. Could swap over to the dagger real quick and just see if we can get a good hit in. Doesn't look like we can. Rudolph is not looking too hot. That's not looking good. Okay. Okay, we got a kill there. That's good. 34. We're going to go for this. See if we can try to do something here. Okay, we got a good hit in. We got to get Rudolph out of here. This is a really bad spot for Rudolph right now. Okay. Till, we're going to swap you back over to being a polearm boy, and we're going to start moving you down to the flank. And I need to somehow get Rudolph out of here. And I also need to get Wernhard. Wernhard's honestly not in a good spot. Like, he's lost his shield. He took a lot of damage to the head, right? We could try to push for this kill, but he's already, like, fleeing. So we don't really need to kill him. We need to get some pressure onto this guy. And we need to get Rudolph out of his current situation. So if I move him right here, I sure hope. Oh, that's one death. This is gonna be another one. Nope, we're good here. Okay. Got a good hit in there. We're going to get Till. What is your defensive? Your defense is trash, actually. I really don't want you. Okay, we'll put Till on the high ground at least, right? Okay, we got the kill here. This nomad is basically Fubard, right? We'll surround him completely. And now we're going to start pushing this guy. Okay, that guy's dead. So we've lost one unit so far, right? He's gonna start running. He missed Till. He got a good pocket sand out, but we still managed to hit him. Rudolph's hurt, so we don't want to necessarily push with him. We're gonna keep Fury pushing towards this guy, just to at least keep him at bay. All right, this guy's basically dead. He's gone. He almost killed Till. Till's really hurt. All right, that guy's dead. We'll send Fury down here just to make sure that he's running, right? And we'll let it be over. Wolfgang actually survived. He just lost a nose, which is -10 max fatigue. Okay, cool. So Wolfgang's still alive. We got some stitched nomad armor. We got some gear, a little bit of food, a little bit of like a shield and whatnot. But all in all, I don't think we really came out too far ahead there. I don't even think anyone leveled up. Oh, we did get a level on Ingmar. All right. And then Wolfgang's only level 3. So him losing a nose kind of sucks, but I think we'll be okay because he is a farmer. He naturally has a lot of fatigue, so we should be okay. It's not ideal, obviously, but yeah. Ingmar, we're going to go ahead and pump up your range as well as your melee a little bit on the melee, right? A minimum roll on resolve is not worth putting any points into. We could grab the max on initiative. I'm pretty sure initiative max is 4, but I've definitely been wrong before. I actually think initiative is actually max 5. I think these 3 are +4. I think this one's a +5 for max base. So we're not going to grab the initiative because I don't even think he has dodge. No, he doesn't. At least not yet. We have him set up to be a bag and belt, quick hand, probably a he's definitely a hybrid. I want to say he's going to be a not necessarily a thrower, but he could potentially be. He definitely has some throwing stuff on him. Let's go ahead and get him squared away. We could give him brawny, which would let us put some heavier armor on him, but he doesn't necessarily need that right now. Do we have any weapons we can give him that will get him to that next like level, right? We have some throwing weapons. We do not have a good crossbow for him, so we could give him the throwing mastery, right, and make him into a predominant thrower. So they will build up 25% less fatigue, and damage is increased by 20% when attacking at 2 or 3 tiles of distance for throwing, which is pretty cool. Or damage is increased by 30% at 2 or 20% at 3. So honestly, I think we do throwing mastery, and we actually have him start off with as a thrower. And we need to give him some slightly better defensive gear. We'll give him like a net, I guess, and then we can give him, yeah, let's give him that, and we'll give him a dog. That's fine. Wolfgang's pretty, but actually a lot of these guys are pretty hurt, so we're gonna need to put a lot of them on the back line so they can get healed up and repair their gear and whatnot. We're gonna go in here and repair most of our weapons right now that we have, because well, one, we need to be able to make sure that we have repaired gear in case we end up fighting before we're able to fully repair at like a town or something. And then two, yeah, they need to patch up their own shit just so we can actually fight. So, yeah. So, Loki, how are you doing on this lovely Saturday, my guy? Okay. We have a manhunter, which is cool because I think that would be... I have a feeling this manhunter may be one of our better options. So we're going to hire him. He's super expensive, though. It's a tryout fee. I'm dumb. Pretty expensive up front, don't get me wrong, but I think it's worth hiring, right? We have money. We need people. It just seems like a no-brainer at this point to make sure that we're actually like hiring our guys. Is there a temple here by chance? We need to patch our people up. Cool. Oh my god, it's so expensive for everything. Wolfgang's the cheapest. Everyone else is like several hundred for, oh my lord. We need 29 meds to fully heal everybody without using a temple. Okay. Honestly, I think it's cheaper for us to buy the meds here, even though these meds are outrageously expensive, than it would be for us to go in and actually like do everything. Now, our wooden shields are worth 21 here, right? So the one thing that if anyone remembers from the last time we were doing our stream, right? As long as it's at 15 or higher, you're not getting completely ripped off. When it's at 19 or higher, we want to sell for the most part, right? So we're at 21. If we're at 21, we're obviously getting a pretty good price. So we're going to go ahead and start liquidating a lot of our items that we don't need. So this is 219 for a fully repaired scimitar. We have two more that are getting repaired. So we'll go ahead and keep that. We're going to sell our militia spears. We have a couple of boar spears. We actually have 3 boar spears. We're going to sell one of them. We don't need 3. We'll get rid of our short sword. 142 on a morning star. We don't need 2 morning stars. We don't need a pickaxe. We'll hold on to the military pick. We're going to sell some of these pocket knives. We don't need all of them. We have 2 Scramus axes on top of one guy already having one. So we'll sell one of them, keep one in reserve, sell the cleaver. What else do we need to get rid of? We're going to sell some of these quivers of arrows. We don't need this many. Sell some of the shittier gear that we have, right? Don't need all these sets of gear. And all in all, we're at 7,800 crowns. It's pretty good. And we still have... I don't necessarily want to buy anything from these guys beyond what we needed to patch ourselves up, right? But we are going to hire Husni Ibn Jalaf. I definitely fucking butchered that. Was at a fair day with the family. Niece dragged me around all the shows, candy floss, ice cream, and hot as hell. Great day, but I'm knackered. I'm assuming knackered means tired or beat or whatever, right? Okay, what do we get here? So, Husni, and let's take his gear off so we have a better, a nice representation, right? So we've got 96 fatigue with 2 talent stars, right? It's not bad. It's pretty solid starting out fatigue. He's got 38 resolve with 1 point, with 1 pip there. 59 melee skill is actually really high starting out. Not necessarily for a manhunter, but 59 is definitely nothing to scoff at, right? So even without any talent points in melee, we're looking at an average of 79 for melee at level 10, which is pretty good. It would be 82 with gifted, so I'm not mad about that by any means. It's not good enough to be like, oh my god, he's amazing, but it's good enough to where we can get him situated to be a decent frontliner. Doesn't have any talents in melee defense, which is unfortunate. He's got 3 stars in range defense. Range defense, for the most part, isn't a make or break kind of thing unless you're in the back line. If you're in the front line, you're typically in heavier armor. He's got decent initiative. I mean, honestly, I hate to say it, but I think he would make a pretty decent fatigue neutral two-handed build. We don't have the gear to give him right off the bat to get him there, but we have items that we can give him to get him in the right direction and get him started out. We got to keep him alive for him to even hit that point, though, right? So that's kind of my thought process here. So as long as he's got at least 60 fatigue while he's using like this type of gear, we should be okay. The safe, I am a big fan of the safe, but we don't necessarily need that. Plus 10% chance to hit, but I don't want him to have a two-hander right now because he does not have the defensive stats for it. We'll go ahead and give him a dog, and he'll be up front, and he'll get repaired. He'll get, you know, picked up and whatnot. My Scottish is showing. I wasn't too far away from you last week, Loki. I mean, I was, but not too far. I was over in Ireland, actually, for a week. I got to see a bit of my Irish heritage and whatnot, but don't ask me. I'm not like super Irish or anything like that. If you were to go through my family tree over here in the States, almost everyone's an immigrant, right? Or spawn of an immigrant. I'm like a 4th or 5th generation immigrant, so my family's been here for a while, but not like super long. I think it was my great grandfather or what was like that generation was the one that came over on the boat kind of thing. So, but yeah, I'm about half Irish if you add all of my different relatives up and whatnot. But yeah. And he didn't come and say hi? No, I actually had 0 free time when I went over there. It was all planned out already, so I wasn't able to go and take a day off and go over to Scotland. I really wanted to take like 2 weeks and go to like England, Scotland, and Ireland, but that was too out of my price range. Okay, so we could do a peddler, we could do a beggar, right? I kind of wish that we had like a rat catcher or something like that here, but we don't. There are a couple of indebteds here that we could buy, and we won't have to worry about paying their upkeep, which is pretty big because we're paying 116 crowns a day. And as these guys level up, they don't cost more. They're not going to be the best units, but they'll work as frontline fodder. Here I am saying they're not going to be the best units, and this guy literally came out here with great freaking stars. Like this is pretty good. I mean, obviously he doesn't need 2 stars on range skill, but I mean, it's pretty freaking good. And then this guy comes out, and I mean, he's whatever. I mean, and they're both bleeders. They're both bleeders, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. You'll just have to come to the States then. Yeah, man, by all means. Okay, so we have Sigmar and Tamim Ibn Hamdin. Tamim, whatever. I like this guy. This guy's got some pretty decent potential. We're going to keep him in the back line, try to keep him alive. Okay, we're going to give him a little pike for the time being. Sigmar, you're not awful. You're just not good. And I'm going to make sure that you're going to be up front. And if you die, I'm sorry, but I need to keep the more important people alive. That is what it is. So I'll keep you on the flank, I guess. But that's kind of how we're looking here. All right, let's look at some of our contracts. Let's leave real quick so our meds hit. Okay, cool. So we have a 2-star contract here. So we have to drive off some nomads at the nomad retreat east of Hazif, or Al Hazif, for 800 crowns. Or we have a caravan escort for 3,300 crowns, but it's a 6-day trip. Holy shit. 6 days. Grunfeldi. I need to think about that. That might be worth doing. That's a ton. Where is Grunfeldi, though? I feel like we've been there multiple times at this point. Yeah, it's right here. It's a 6-day trip because we have to go up here, over, up, over, down, up, over, and then like, yeah. So this is a 6-day trip going through every. Honestly, I'm doing it. We've been through these roads enough. I think we'll be okay. Well, we're not going to be okay. We're probably going to wipe because of this. I may have to bail, realistically. But I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to do it even though it's a bad idea. Because that's too much money to pass up. And we have a good chance of actually getting something pretty decent here, right? Of like we'll get some good money, and you never know. So we're gonna accept it. Okay, now that we've accepted it, I need to sell all of our food. We don't need any of this food now. None of the food. We are going to need tools. I'm hoping we'll be able to buy some more later, but I did not mean to. What did I buy? I bought more meds. Oh God, whatever. We needed them. That's fine. It's fine. So we'll buy the tools. We bought some meds, and I swear, I really hope we don't instantly get gibbed here, because we really need these guys to get patched up, right? Like all of these guys that are hurt, they need to be like in the lines fighting at some point in time, ideally sooner rather than later, but we'll figure it out. Our guys are not going to go hungry as long as we're in the caravan. So if it looks like we need to bail, we need to be very strategic with where we bail, because we need to be able to grab food. We'll actually grab a little bit of food here at Hikmah if we need to, as long as we get there before it turns to nighttime. And we're here before nighttime. Just hit pause, by the way, pro tip. If you guys are ever doing a caravan mission in Battle Brothers, you can pause on top of the town and enter the town. So it's not the end of the world. If you're like, oh, I need tools, or if I need to trade or something like that, you just pause real quick. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so we do have a decent amount of gear, right? And it does look like we have a couple more guys that we can hire, and at least have somebody that we can throw out there to some extent, right? I do like butchers. Butchers are pretty good. So I'm going to hire a butcher, and then we're going to hire I'm not entirely certain why this guy's 220, this one's 190, and this one's 270. I know that their gear takes a part, but I'm not entirely certain. So we're going to hire Ivar, and we're going to just take a look and see what his stats are. That's not terrible. He's got impatient, which is whatever. And then this guy's got 55 melee skill, 39 range skill. Okay, so with 104 fatigue, that's actually pretty high fatigue starting out. I'm not upset about that by any means. We're going to give this guy just a spear, and we'll get him down here on the flank, right? Ivar, you are also going to get a spear, a shield, and whatever I can put you in. And you will also be down here on the flank. So we're going to try and like patch up our numbers a little bit while we're out and about here. Wolfgang is injured. I kind of want to give him a different helmet just so I don't have to see him missing a nose, but as of right now, it kind of is what it is. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. We have 42 items out of 108, so we've sold a lot of our gear or put it on people. We still have a ripped ear on Harold, but once Harold's ripped ear's done or like dealt with, then he'll be a really solid two-hander that we can put back out there in the front lines. And then when he levels up, we'll be able to probably give him, we could give him dodge, potentially. Not entirely certain. Honestly, the ripped ear is only lower initiative, right? Yes. So 15% lower initiative. So yes, we definitely could probably give him dodge. I'm going to go ahead and put him up there on the front line anyway. He's pretty close to being full health and whatnot. He's missing 1 HP and he just has a ripped ear and he'll heal within the next 2 days. I'd much rather him out there so he can potentially do damage than anything else. So yeah. Do nobles get more stars or start out with better stats and equipment than militia? Yes. So that is one of the issues with peasant militia, is you don't get the really good backgrounds. Okay. And because of that, we're basically stuck with only using early game bro backgrounds for this particular run. Like, that's just how the origin works. But you get an entire army of people, right? Like, you can field up to 16 men and you have 25 total, right? So I can have a ton in reserve. I can have up to 9 in reserve. And then on top of that, you can field up to 16. Normally you can only field 12, and I think you have like 16 or 18 in reserve total, like, but for everybody. That's kind of how that works. But yeah, so you can, if you don't have the peasant militia origin, you can have like hedge knights, which start off in super heavy armor. Like, if we're looking at Ryland of Breadshire, you see how he's got footman armor, which it is upgraded with the wolf mantle, but without the wolf mantle, you'd be able to hire somebody that literally has Ryland's gear set up, if not better gear than what he has on at level 1. But he'll cost like 6,000 crowns. Like that's what some of these noble backgrounds are. Like, they cost several thousand, but they'll be like level 1, 2, or 3. Like, they'll have several levels that you can like put into them and whatnot, and they'll come with decent gear. For us, the most expensive guys you'll see are like some militiamen, and they'll cost like 1,000, and that's because they've got mediocre starting gear and maybe like a billhook. All right, so there's 9 of them, right? And we're up against a bunch of raiders, which I'm actually really confident about. I'm not worried about these guys at all. Like, we have them basically completely foobarred here. They do have a couple of crossbowmen in the back, but overall we should be fine. Ooh, there's a long axe. Oh my god, yes. I love that. Are you guys gonna push up at all? I want to know. Yeah, kind of. I don't know why my conscripts are moving so far up. I did not want them to do that, but whatever. Oh, damn. Till's injured, so he can't actually do everything. That's unfortunate. With his broken leg, it costs more action points. Okay. Oof. Okay, we're gonna release the dogs so they can hopefully get some damage going here, right? On some of these guys that don't have any like gear, and start pinning down the archers. That's kind of our goal. We have a few guys that are pretty much like really shitty, but we're going to try and rush. I want to rush this guy. I know he's got pretty decent armor, but I want that long axe out of the picture. That long axe terrifies me. No, not my dog. Oop. Warrenhard got stunned. That's unfortunate. Okay, Ingmar, I need to swap you out to using a pole arm. We'll go for that. And we'll drop the dog. Dog will go over. Okay. Ouch. Oh no, my dogs. Damn. It's okay, that's what they're there for. They're there to take the heat. Gonna break his shield. Push him up. Push him up. Now this guy doesn't have a shield. We can easily start dumpstering him. I'm gonna take a step up here. Miss. Got a good hit going here. Let me remove these guys' health bars so we can actually see what's going on here. It's really dark, so I know it may be kind of a pain to be able to see what exactly is going on, but if you guys need a little bit of insight or something, just let me know. Oh no, our dog's down. That's okay. This one just got stunned. Okay. Oh, we got a puncture kill. We may actually get that armor back. That's cool. I don't plan on getting this guy back. I don't plan on getting his armor. This guy's falling apart and wounded. Husni over here is actually getting pretty boogered up by this dude. So we're gonna hope. We need to try and get as much damage out as we can here. Okay, we got a kill. We got one guy running. Good. Start doing some damage here. We got a good kill there on with Ingmar. We need to push up. I need to get people up here to help out against this Brigand Raider. So that's my next goal, is to shove, right? We're starting to shove. This guy's coming up to help, which is nice. And then we're going to push him up here. I was hoping that that would trigger a flee, but it didn't. If we get if we can get through this without losing a single unit, whether it be ours or an allies, this is actually a really good fight for us, because we should get some decent gear that we'll be able to start repairing. Okay, this guy's now running. Okay, I'm not sure what kind of armor he has. It's hard for me to tell. I want to say it's a chain armor of some sort. But we're going to attempt to start daggering him down. Attempt, right? Not, doesn't mean do, just means we're going to try. Okay, we're only bleeding for one more turn on him, so it should be fine. Hopefully they don't go through and destroy this guy's armor too badly. And Husni does not have a dagger, unfortunately. I want to run them down just in the off chance that we may be able to get gear from this guy. Potentially. Oh, I should have. I definitely should have a... Man, I boogered that up pretty badly here. Okay, it looks like they're not trying to attack him. I was looking at the wrong one. That's unfortunate. We just lost the gear because of this guy. So, yep, just killed him. It is what it is. We got his helmet. We got a piece of, we got a worn mail shirt, and we got a long axe. So the guy who had the long axe, we managed to, we got the long axe helmet and the long axe from him. And I don't know where we got the worn mail shirt from, but I'm happy that we have it. So that's helpful, especially because the worn mail shirt wasn't broken at all. So, and we got some levels. So Fury, give him the +4 to melee defense. A +4 on resolve is really good. I really wouldn't mind giving him some form of bonus to melee skill, but realistically, a +1 just feels gross. So instead, I'm going to do the +4 to HP, and we are going to get him set up. I do need to give him backstabber eventually. Dodge would probably be beneficial. Starting out, I guess Pathfinder, adrenaline wouldn't be awful. Colossus will keep him alive a little bit longer. He does have 29 melee defense right now. Let's give him Colossus. And that gives him 76 HP. It's pretty good. All right, Rudolph. Let's go ahead and get your stats here. So you're now at 70 melee skill. It's pretty good. You have really good defenses right now with 18. Like, that's excellent for being level 5. You could definitely use a little bit more fatigue. You don't have the best fatigue. I kind of want to give you a bit more resolve, but you don't necessarily need it. But a max roll and resolve isn't terrible. The +4 to range defense would also get him a little bit closer to being on par with both of them, not counting the swift, right? Let's go resolve, right? And then Rudolph, since he's got pretty decent all around stats here, I'm planning on keeping Rudolph on the back line, right? We could set him up as I mean, honestly, he could definitely be a frontliner. He's got enough initiative to where he could be a frontliner. I mean, we do have him set up to be a frontliner. Actually, now I'm looking at it. He's got the Pathfinder. He's got gifted. We could give him Steel Brow, and that would help out a little bit with his beefiness. We could give him Colossus. He definitely, wow, exposed ribs is brutal. How long until exposed ribs handled? 1 to 4 days. I did not realize that his max HP right now is 38. Wow, that's terrible. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and give Rudolph we could do Brawny, we could do Colossus, we could do Steel Brow. Those are like our 3 options here that I'm thinking of. There is an argument for Adrenaline. I don't want to use Recover at all because that's not what his end game build's going to be. Man, how do I want to do this? Oh, I don't know how I want to build him. I have an idea, right? Because I think Rudolph's going to be one of our better melee guys. I have a feeling he's going to be pretty solid. I almost don't want to make him into I mean, he already has dodge, right? He doesn't have a great amount of fatigue, so we can't turn him into a berserk guy. Berserk won't work on him. Man. So since berserk, he doesn't have enough fatigue to be a berserk guy. And since he's not going to be a berserk guy, we could definitely make him a dodge forged. And if we're doing dodge forge, he's only going to be taking 1 step due to Pathfinder and swinging once with a standard attack. Okay. It's kind of dumb. I don't know why I'm taking so long. I'll just grab Colossus. It's always a good one to have. Okay, so everyone else that was level 1 slowly getting there. Harold the Snake's almost leveled up. Let's take a look at gear real quick. All in all, we need to start repairing the items that are going to be worth selling later. I'm going to start repairing one of the light crossbows just so we have it. I want to repair all the shields just so we have them, and we can replace them in case one of them breaks. Otherwise, we're doing pretty solid here. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. How are we doing on tools? We're going to require 15 of our 32, so we'll have a decent amount left. We can stop here at Dice Stat. and we can sell a few things. What is our selling here is at 18. That's pretty good. We cannot buy amber for cheap or anything else for cheap here, so that kind of sucks. Hiring, Mattis has a bill hook and he costs 1600. Yep, anybody's level 2. I don't necessarily want to hire Mattis. We need to be on the lookout. I'm okay. Grave robbers are okay. I kind of want to be on the lookout for like a rat catcher. I feel like a rat catcher would be kind of fun. So that's something. And port cities typically have rat catchers. Let's go ahead and see if there's anything here that we can repair pretty quickly. Get these guys patched up, just so we don't have to burn through the remainder of our meds on them. And yeah, we'll move on. There should be a road that goes through here, right? Like right here. Cool. I was worried that we'd have to go all the way around. That was going to be kind of a pain in the ass. So I think it's been like 2 days, and Grunfeld is right here. So we've got 1 day until we're past here. And we got another one here. We got 9 brigands here, but there's the actual company that's taking care of them. We're going to get paid a decent amount, right? And we spend 126 crowns a day, and we're getting paid 3,300. So 6 days at 126. I mean, we're looking at, you know, like 800 crowns reduced from this. So we're realistically getting paid an extra 2,500 crowns, plus 8 days worth of wages, or 6 days worth of wages. So I'm feeling pretty confident with what we're going to look like economically after this. We're definitely going to need to look into buying some better armor and gear, because the biggest thing that happens for me personally when I'm playing Battle Brothers is I start to lull around day 50 to 60. And this is one of the reasons I have issues in this game, is because up to day 25, I'm very much on par with like good pacing. I have the gear that I need, right? But getting to day 60, like day 50 to 60, I start to lag behind. And that's the biggest issue that I have, is I need to make sure that I'm pushing myself to get better gear and fighting more. Realistically, taking this contract was probably not in my best interest, because it took 6 days away from me, and we're now day 54 versus day like 48, right? But we do have a decent amount of money now, so that's at least a benefit, right? Let's go ahead and take the market. We'll grab the cloth that we have access to here since it's cheap, and we'll just see what else we got here. Follow the tracks, return a lockbox for really cheap. We can definitely do that. We have a farmer here that would be worth grabbing, but otherwise I'm not going to look into hiring right now. We don't have the gear to hire people, honestly, and we don't. We're at 13 people. We don't need to be looking into really scaling up. These guys are 9 thieves. Most of them are thugs and like a couple of poachers, so we need to get up to them, catch them, maybe, question mark. Thank you. All right, so we have a literal army and these guys don't. So, well, oh, they're gonna sit there and shoot at us. Okay, how many poachers do they have? You guys really not gonna push? Oh no, okay, you are gonna push. Kind of. All right, whatever, I'm gonna push. All right, they should start pushing now, but maybe not, because they have a couple of archers. But those archers are not going to do anything to my front line. We've got enough guys in heavier enough armor that this is kind of just like laughable. They're about to have a really bad time. Okay, this guy's almost dead. Taking a little bit of damage here, but not very much. I'll go ahead and push up here. Get the kill. Take a step up. Miss. That's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna shove. We're just shoving at this point. It doesn't matter. This is not even like, I don't need to be taking this fight seriously at all. We might lose somebody for me being overly aggressive, but I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that we lose anybody here. Even like our really shitty level 1 guys. Like I'm fairly confident that this was just free XP. We're not going to get very much in gear though. Like that is one downfall, is we're going to take a bit of damage due to me just playing like a fool, and that's something that we're just going to have to eat, is like tool cost, but otherwise we should be mostly set here. But I'm hoping that we don't spend more in tools than what we get paid in actual crowns for doing the mission, right? It's kind of like, when it's all said and done, that you just need to make sure that you're turning a profit and also gaining experience. It's okay to spend money if that means that you're going to get better experience, right? But you don't want to spend so much money or be so far behind that you're unable to sustain. Like, that's kind of my biggest thing, at least with how I play. Some people, they like to run super ragged, and like they don't have the amount of like they won't be sitting on a stockpile of 5,000 or 6,000 crowns at day 50. They'll be like, why haven't you spent that money on gear? And that's, you know, one thing that I just don't like to do, is spend a bunch of money on gear that I don't necessarily need. So cool, there we go. That was pretty quick. We got Harold the Snake Sigmar leveled up, and we got a couple of our guys that were level 1s leveled up. Did not get very much in the name of loot, but we got a decent dagger. The rest of this is all trash. I don't need it. We're not going to pick it up. It's literally worth like 5 crowns each. Yeah, so now let's have a little bit of fun here with our levels. So we have Harold the Snake. Harold the Snake with a +3 to melee skill, definitely worth it. Only at 61 melee skill at level 5. That is kind of garbage. But we do have a 3-star in melee defense, which is pretty good. A Harold does not have dodge. He does not have dodge. We don't necessarily need to give him dodge, but we could give him dodge. He already has gifted. Man, he had terrible starting stats, didn't he? He had awful starting stats. Let's go ahead and start pumping up his initiative, actually, and give him dodge. Tamim, +4 to melee skill, great. +4 to range skill, also great. We need to increase your resolve, something fierce. I don't necessarily want to take a +3 to that, though. I'd rather take a +4 to fatigue. But your resolve is absolutely garbage, and you got a couple of mid rolls for your defensive stats. We are going to do the +3 to resolve, and we're going to give you Colossus. Sigmar, what are we looking like here? You got mid rolls everywhere. Wow. Okay. This is pretty god awful. Sigmar, we're gonna put you as a frontliner, and you're gonna be built as a frontliner, and I don't really plan on you staying alive for very long, just to be transparent. I need to start naming these guys like nicknames of being like trash or whatnot, but I mean, if they stay alive, they stay alive, right? Okay, we're gonna go back up to Grunfeld, get paid real quick. I feel like we wasted a bit too much time on this, right? So we only got paid 410 crowns total. We took a little bit of tool damage, and it took us 2 days. So, or almost 2 days. It took us a full day, right? So if you want to think about like opportunity cost and everything like that, I don't think that was a profitable mission by any means, but that's kind of how I'm trying to start thinking about it, right? All right, let's see here. We are at Rothstadt. The dyes here are a bit more expensive than what they need to be. We did buy the cloth rolls and we're able to turn a pretty solid profit here. So that's something I will be doing, is trying to get a little bit of money on that. We go through 29 provisions a day, so I am going to need to buy more food. Cured venison's actually the cheapest food here. That's kind of wonky. All right. We will sell a little bit of stuff, but not a ton of stuff. Sell some of these pen knives that we don't need. Sell a scimitar, sell a short sword, keep the falchion. Sell one of the kite shields. We don't necessarily need all of them. I kind of want to get rid of the Sipar shield. This thing's pretty freaking heavy, but we'll see how that goes. What do we have going on here? So we have a package that needs to be delivered to Bokenberg. And then we have a caravan that needs to be delivered to Yadensee, about 2 days to the east. Yadensee is over here. That's past Bokenberg and everything like that. Bokenberg is our salt mine. So let's go ahead and do our Bokenberg real quick, right? So we'll go deliver this real quick, see if we can get any cheap salt, okay? Because salt is a good trade good. We'll be able to get a decent profit on that. After that, we will see if there's any work here in Bokenberg, and then potentially run back up here and then start making our way back down to the desert again. So these guys have ambushed trade routes. So that's probably what this mission is for us to take out the ambush, right? So Roger's Watch, east of Bokenberg. That's not that big of a deal. We should be able to do that. Yeah, we can easily do that. So we're going to go take care of the bandits that are out here. We're fine on supplies. We're fine on meds. We could use some more tools, I'm not going to lie. But we should be able to restock on tools after we're done taking this area out. Fighting them at night may be our best bet, because that will remove the threat, or the majority of the threat of their archers. And you are missing a nose. I just don't want to see that. So here, have a better helmet. Okay. They have the high ground, and they have really high initiative. Are these actually? They are. They have incredible high ground. Oh my god. Okay. We actually need to shove. This is a terrible layout for a fight. I hate this, actually. This is god-awful. It's an excellent defensive battle for them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't be too mad about how great their defenses are, but oh my god. Let's see if we can get somebody around. There we go. We got a dog up there to start breaking their ranks. I'm okay with that. We need to just keep pushing and get some of our guys up here so we can start shoving. I need to get as many of these guys onto higher ground as possible, and then get a dog or two up there. Start breaking their spear walls. Okay. Looks like Till got shot, but that's fine. We should be okay for the most part. Start getting our guys a little bit more up here. Some of these guys have really, really good weapons. I actually want that longsword. If I can get that longsword, I'll be so freaking happy. I'm so happy. Thank you. I was going to say, can you please kill these marksmen? I need one, if not two. I want this crossbow. So, okay, real quick, we're going to take a look at these guys' weapons. We're just going to prioritize and figure out where the upgrades are for us, because we do have the majority of our guys are in like armor of this caliber, right? But there are potentials for us to get better weapons. So this guy's got a two-handed mace, essentially, right? And that's pretty good. It's not a It's not the best two-handed mace by any means. It's like I think this is like a tier 1.5 or a tier 2 two-handed mace. But I like it. Okay. This guy has a two-handed sword, which I'm a huge fan of. Like, two-handed swords are great, and I really want to get a hold of one so we can give it to like Ryland, right? That's a huge upgrade over the axe that we're using. And then this guy has a metal crossbow, so that's actually a pretty decent crossbow. Now we're gonna get Fury up here. Oh my god. I'm actually surprised that they managed to hit that. That was honestly kind of an impressive shot, not gonna lie. Probably should not have pushed Ryland way up there like that, but we'll see how this goes. We may actually lose a couple guys on this fight. We'll see. Somehow our dog is still alive. Both of them are, actually. Kind of impressive. Okay. I want Wernhard up here because he's better suited for tanking this guy than Fury is. I say that and then he just gets instantly dunked. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Is he struck down or dead? Igmar's dead. That's tragic. That's absolutely tragic. He was our best range unit that we had. And he only got hurt because of the two-handed AS sword. I was not expecting that. That was my own dumbassery right there. That's okay. It happens. Okay, so these guys have two. Units that have a metal. Okay, so this guy's basically dead. Good. And he will be very close to being dead by the time I get... okay, he's dead now. Cool. We're going to get Tamim up here. Dog down. It's unfortunate. Okay, we're definitely not out of the woods here. We can definitely still lose a guy or two. Like Till the Mill, right there, dead. Okay, that's unfortunate. Or at least most likely dead. Let's take a look here. Nope, only struck down. Till the Mill's still alive. Still have a chance. Okay, that guy's down. Okay, that guy's dead finally. Okay, Ivar's dead. We got a bunch of really kind of like shitty units that are starting to collapse here, but that's okay. We're pushing. We're actually doing a pretty decent job of cleaning up. The biggest issue is that we had to fight uphill. That was our biggest downfall here, was that we had a uphill battle, which is obviously no bueno. And then we're gonna just slow roll up here, get a hold of these guys. Oh no, Tamim's running. Who do we lose here? Okay, Sigmar, who's another one of our indebted that we just bought. But, I mean, all things considered, it's not the end of the world. We're doing fine. Nazir is another one of our cheaper guys. I don't necessarily want to lose Wolfgang, but Wolfgang is one of the guys who already, like, lost a nose. So he's not, like, a perfect condition bro by any means. Now, losing, like, Wernhard or someone would be very unfortunate. So that's one guy that I don't necessarily want to lose. We'll get Harold down here. Move him over here. Just going to continuously push as best we can for the most part, right? Okay, that guy's basically dead. That guy's running. This guy's also running. Getting hit, kind of. I don't know where he was aiming, but he obviously did not aim well. We're gonna move right on up here with Rudolph. That guy bled out. Wernhard is very low. Okay, we got Wernhard safe for the time being by getting him out of the line of fire here. Now this guy's running. Wernhard, you have a grazed neck, but honestly, you have plenty of hit points. You're fine at this point. This battle's essentially over. We'll let him run. He's dead. He's also probably dead. Oh no, this guy's fine. Okay, that guy's gone. We have a couple of our units running. Don't really care about that. And let's take this guy out. So we lost a lot of units here. We lost 3. We lost Ingmar, who's the one that stings the most, right? So we lost a guy who had 13 kills with 21 battles, and he'd been with us for 14 days, so he was level 5. But that's okay. Till the Mill is now traumatized, so he has minus 40% resolve and minus 30% initiative. So Till the Mill is no longer going to be a bannerman. We cannot use him as a bannerman. That is awful. Traumatized ruins bannerman. Ivar was, yeah, basically brand new. So is Sigmar. Kind of unfortunate that we lost them, but it is what it is. We still have Nazir as well as Husni. Both of those guys were actually pretty decent. Husni's leveling up, but Tamim and Nasir are fine. So is Fury. So those 3 I'm okay with keeping. Wernhard's fine, and then Wolfgang we'll want to take a look at and see how we've got him built up. I want to say he was a hybrid unit similar to Ingmar. So it's not the end of the world. It is unfortunate, but we'll be okay. Definitely took a lot more losses than what we should have for a 750 crown payout. But we did end up getting quite a bit of a experience that we needed for that. So I'm not going to say that it was a win by any means, but it definitely could have been worse. Now, only having a +1 on melee defense here makes me sad. I'm not a huge fan of that. So what we're going to do is, we'll give him Colossus and then Gifted. And it looks like we have another. Ooh, there we go. Oh, this is the Gifted level. So we'll do that. And then we've got another level up here. Did not get a good roll on like any of this, but that's okay. So he now has 50 resolve, which is good. And let's go ahead and patch up his fatigue. So Husni's doing better now, right? And Fury is one that I still want to get set up, but Husni's at least coming along. Nasir, +3/+3. We'll get him set up as at least a semi-competent frontliner, right? We'll give him some more initiative and give him Colossus. And then Wernhard finally hit level 6. So that's great. Patch up his melee defense a bit. We can give him the +5 to initiative, which will help out for the most part a lot of his stuff. And then we could give him more hit points. I feel like we've been setting him up to be a Battleforged unit, but we could set him up as dodge. I mean, not a dodge, but a nimble unit instead. Yeah, he does have the potential to be an okay nimble guy, but he doesn't have the best melee skill. I may actually swap him out and be kind of similar to what Fury does as well, and make him into a more prominent like dagger unit instead of a cleaver unit, because he doesn't really have the fatigue to be a cleaver, but he definitely has the potential to be a dagger user. And if we are going to use him as a dagger unit, we'll definitely want to give him backstabber, and that should be good enough starting out. Yeah, we'll set both Wernhard and Fury up as dagger tanks. I think that's probably a good way of doing it. Yeah, so Till had a absolute metric shit ton of resolve at one point, and now he has 34. So that's awful. He does have terrible melee skill right now, but he has like a solid like 70 or whatever when he's at full. I mean, all things considered, it's not the end of the world. It's a good thing he doesn't have dodge, because dodge would have been killed by traumatized. We can still set him up as a nimble guy. We could set him up as a Battleforged guy. He's not going to be doing too many crazy things with how his current setup is. I think he may be best suited to being a... Ooh, how much fatigue? You have 78. Wow. Okay. I'll have to take a look at this. I think we still need to keep him as a polearm guy, but I think we need to give him like some heavier armor. And if we do heavier armor, we need to do Battleforge. But if I want to set him up as a polearm user, I really want to give him a sword lance kind of thing, which would be much better for doing like a berserk backliner build. So we'll have to take a look at it. A lot of these guys are pretty boogered up. So yeah, Wolfgang can definitely be a bit of a hybrid unit. So I'm not terribly worried that we lost Igmar, but it does kind of suck. We also have Tamim, who can be a decent hybrid unit. So we've got potential here by any means. We did not get the longsword, did we? We did not get the... Oh, we did get the longsword. Bet. Okay, cool. Ryland now has a longsword. I'm okay with this. So much... okay, cool. I'm no longer upset. We have longsword. We have 2 good crossbows. And we can get rid of our light crossbows. So we definitely tiered up in gear for the most part. It's unfortunate that we lost the units that we did, but we definitely got a good power boosting gear, and we've got pretty good money now. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about that undead. I don't want to be anywhere near that. That's terrifying. A fallen hero, some armored wider gangers, and some regular wider gangers. I don't want to fight a fallen hero right now, especially not after taking that big of a hit on everything. We'll buy the tools. Those tools are cheap. We can buy actually quite a bit of everything here, but we don't need to. We'll buy a little bit of the food. There's no one there that we need to recruit. Let's take a look at the weaponsmith. Not feeling any of those things. We don't need anything from the taxidermist. Okay. We could go to Rothstadt. We could also go to Gonenberg. Let's go up to Rothstadt and see if that helped our relations with them enough for us to get cheaper dyes, because we're 5 away from us hitting our trading good requirement for our ambition here, and then we'll be able to like actually start getting better off here. Okay, so birds perched, man sitted, bring me back my property, kill the brigands. Okay, it's only 730, but it's a crystal skull. You know what? It's a 3 skull contract. I'm not feeling a 3 skull contract. Reinforced Mel Hallberg, which is a 210 durability for -26. It's pretty solid. We do need to start looking into upgrading our gear a little bit more again. Anyone here that we can hire that I actually want to hire? There's no rat catchers. We do have a poacher, so Ragnar may be a good pickup. He may help us out. We do have a militiaman, so both of those guys have potential. And we do need to buy some gear, right? And let's see, 450 on dyes is still pretty pricey. I'm not a huge fan of that price tag. It's a bit steep for me. We got quite a few injuries here. Let's go ahead and patch everybody up with the temple. That'll save what meds we do have. We're gonna hold off on buying stuff here because this is a bit of a price markup, but it's not awful per se. We can sell the salt for a good profit here, so we'll go ahead and do that. I kind of want to buy the dyes, but I also know better than doing that. So we're going to leave. We're going to head down to Gronenberg, and we're going to start making our way back to the deserts because that's where we want to be, right? That was like the purpose, like the major setting that we're planning on being in for the majority of our stream is down there. And I know we've spent like an hour and a half roaming around up here due to caravan quests that we took. So there is a weaponsmith as well as an armorer here. So we're just going to camp here overnight. How are we doing on tools now? We're running very, very low. Okay. So we have a dog keeper, which would be a pretty solid pickup. Marketplace, the tools and supplies aren't terrible here. It's fairly cheap for us to buy stuff here, so it may be worth us looking into. Okay, so there's a one-handed fighting axe here. That's a unique fighting axe. It's pretty cool. Obviously way out of our price range, not even worth like entertaining really. Let's take a look at the armor. Oh dude, is that a Lindworm helmet? This helmet must have once belonged to a daring and skilled hunter, for it's covered in the scales of a dreaded Lindworm. Not only do the scales deflect blows and hits, but they also remain unscathed by the acidic Lindworm blood. That is amazing. That is awesome. That's such a good helmet. I love that. We can't buy it, so I'm saddened by that, right? But that is a very cool helmet. I enjoy these types of this type of gear. Lindworm armor to me is always really cool. I love their helmets. I love the shields. I love everything about Lindworms. Very fun. Very fun. Okay, so we should probably get a hold of a male halberd or something a bit heavier as well, right? So a reinforced male halberd with 210 armor for -26 isn't terrible. We could also look into scale armor, right? Or a lamellar harness. Lamellar harness it's pretty heavy, especially since you only get 230, whereas the scale is like a lot more expensive for only 10 more armor, right? And this here gives you 30 more durability. So we're kind of trying to figure out what our best balance is going to be, right? We need a good upgrade for somebody, and heavy lamellar armor is like amazing, but it's also super heavy. and it's not quite like Coat of Plates level, but it's super, super heavy. And we don't have a ton of money, and I don't want to burn all of our money on just one piece of armor, right? I'd really like to get a helmet as well as something as another piece here. If you don't buy the axe for EG, will it stay there, or does the inventory change over time? The inventory will change over time. So since we can't afford these things, they will not be here when we're back. By the time we come back, they will not be here. They will be off in wherever. We're going to buy the lamellar harness because that's a pretty solid price and deal. The flat top with closed mail would be an excellent helmet. That is arguably one of the best helmets we can get for 265 armor. That's really good. And that would be a huge upgrade over the majority of what we have, which only has, I think, our better helmets. Like most of our helmets are only 110, right? Our best helmet is 140 on Rudolph. So we don't have incredibly good helmets. But knowing that our best helmet's 140, right? We don't necessarily need to buy one that's twice that. We could, or we could buy two that are at 150 and level up our average, which is probably the more responsible thing to do. I am going to buy the metal plates and rivets because that's going to be a good upgrade for our heavy armor, which we're going to give to Ryland. Ryland is basically our best unit. We need to keep Ryland well equipped, right? I don't want Ryland to die if I can help it. And with the heavier armor we give him, the closer to being that Battle Forge build that we've been working towards he gets. So Ryland of Breadshire has 150 head armor, 260 body armor, and he still has 53 fatigue left. So all things considered, he's definitely there. He's definitely coming along. We're getting somewhere with him. But now we have footman armor, which would be pretty good for us to give to somebody else. Harold the Snake probably would not be a bad idea for him to have the footman armor. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would not be a bad upgrade for him. We could also look into giving it to somebody else, but I don't think we necessarily have anyone else that could use it. So let's give it to Harold, right? And we'll give Harold the next better helmet, right? And now we have our Wernhard in the back. He already has male hauberk, so another male hauberk isn't going to give him an upgrade. Till the Mill has a leather scale armor, which is 140. Whereas male hauberk 150, not gonna be an upgrade, right? He's got 105 head armor versus 110, not much of an upgrade. Nasir could get a big upgrade by giving him that, or we could give him a worn mail shirt. Wolfgang needs to get an upgrade. We could give him the male hauberk. I don't think he's necessarily earned the male hauberk. He's not up front. He doesn't really need it. Husni could definitely use it, right? And that would go from 110 to 150, and then we could give him a better helmet as well. We could also give it to Fury, because Fury is going to be one of our tanks. So give him an extra 40 armor, right? And then Husni already has a 110, so he doesn't need this. And then we'll give this 110 to Wolfgang. And all in all, everyone got, for the most part, a pretty solid upgrade. We could definitely use a bit better helmets on some of our backliners, but yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm fairly happy with how that turned out. So now Harold's actually got some pretty good armor, and once he levels up, he'll be able to get Underdog, and then one more level he'll get Battle Forged, and he'll actually be pretty hard to hit, or at least damage, right? And then Ryland's over here in the basically our heaviest armor that we got, and this is pretty solid for him. What we'll need to do for Ryland on his next level is probably give him Steel Brow. That would help him out quite a bit. And then try to patch up whatever else we have for him and potentially give him dodge to just make him a little bit harder to hit, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. And then we have Wernhard here, who's able to go back up front. And I'm feeling pretty good about that. Make sure everyone has daggers. Fury has a dagger equipped, so he doesn't need one. Husni, we need to get you one, right? Put one in your bag. Wolfgang, you've already got one. Wolfgang, you're set up to be a thrower or something. So I think it might be time for us to actually make you into a thrower. You got 49. We'll give you a long axe as your backup, right? Do you have quick hands yet? You do. Okay, so we'll give you that, and let's give you a net. Yeah, net should work. We'll give you a net as an offhand. Okay, Wolfgang, we'll put you right in there. Till the mill, you're pretty injured. I'm going to keep you in the back for the time being, and Nasir, we're going to keep you in the back. Rudolph, you're doing great things, buddy. You're going to stay right there. We have some crossbows that we have. We have a few bill hooks. All things considered, I'm feeling pretty happy with how we're looking. We definitely need to start making more money now, though, because we're not necessarily broke, but sub 1,000 is not a what I would call rich by any means. We spent a good chunk of money, but we're at least in a better spot now. And I definitely wanted to be and make that upgrade before day 60, because day 60 to 75, things start to get a little sketchy. We definitely want to make sure everyone's in at least male hallbergs by the time we're at day 75, if not better gear, right? So that's my thought process, and that's why we're pushing the way that we are. We're going to go ahead and go for the Tome of Knowledge here, just for a quick couple of 100 crowns, and we'll see northeast, so we need to go this way. Maybe we need to go this way. Hello? Where on earth are they? It said northeast, right? Oh no, we're gonna spend more money on upkeep here. There they are. A few thugs, some raiders. Okay. I sure hope we don't have to fight Necromancer here. Nope, doesn't look like it. Cool. Should be 3 and 3. All right. I don't want them to get on level ground with us. So what we're going to do, I don't think we have enough initiative to actually hold them. So we're going to let them push. Yep, that was the correct call. That was the correct call. Whether or not I liked it does not matter. That was the correct call. Cool. We're going to get Husni up here on the edge. I think we'll be okay if I can get a hold of one of these guys with a spear. Yeah, that tracks. Not a huge fan of that, but that does track. Okay, we're going to push up with Harold, and we're going to push up with Ryland. Actually, Ryland, we're going to push hella hard up. I took an attack of opportunity there that I shouldn't have because I'm dumb. But whatever, it's fine. Everything's fine. Warrenhard's up here. We are going to get Fury up here as well. And let's get everyone into position. So at the start of this next round, we can at least try to get some damage going. Okay, we got hit in the head with Ryland, but all things considered, we're still kicking. Okay. This guy, we're taking his armor. If I can take it, I'm doing it. This guy, I don't care about his armor. I want him dead. But this guy, I'm taking his armor. Super light armor, should be pretty easy. I knew that this guy was just going to get dunked by our unit because of his positioning. So it is what it is, right? And I don't necessarily need to care about Fury here, but we're going to see if we can go for just a little bit of damage here. Okay, that's good. This guy's running. Don't care about him. So what I don't want to do is actually hit this guy, because this guy has been stabbed twice through his armor, right? So we're actually going to hit the lower camera level so I can see this guy, and we're going to go for his head. Overhead hit to the head. Worked fine. I'm gonna go for a stab there. Missed. It's okay. Okay, that guy's now down. We're doing fine up here with Husni. I say that as he gets hit twice. We're gonna go for a kill. Good kill by Rudolph. Gonna go for a stab here. all things considered, we're doing pretty solid. Sorry if you guys can hear my dogs in the background. I don't think you can, but just in case. We're going to take a step up here, go for the kill, and we are going to take a step down here and go for this one. We missed. That's okay. Take a step up here. And we're going to go for the shot. We missed, but we killed this guy basically straight up. So I don't think we're going to see any issues for armor. I think we still get that armor. We're going to move up here, see if we can give Husni a little bit of assistance here. And this should be, for the most part, a very straightforward bloodbath at this point. We did not need very much assistance. In comparison to the last fight where we had to fight uphill the entire time and we were getting clobbered by brigand marksmen and everything, this was a walk in the park. So we ended up getting your game's bugged, the dogs are barking but not realized yet. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. No, the dogs are barking because they're my dogs, not the game. That's funny though. Okay, so we got 2 flails, got a nasal helmet as well as some leather armor. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Okay, we'll head down to Yadensi, and then it's time for us to go back down to like Deichstadt and get towards the actual desert. So we have like a steppe-ish location here, and then you have like actual sands. I kind of want to get back to the sands and see if we can get a hold of some better gear. Rat catcher? No rat catcher. That's unfortunate. We'll go to Sandberg. Ooh, hold up. Before we go to Sandberg, Deichstadt or Sandberg? Sandberg's closer to the desert. Deichstadt may actually have some better people, and we can always walk to Sandberg. So let's go to Deichstadt real quick. We have a thief and a brawler that we could hire. Okay. We don't have the best money situation going on right now, right? So we need to be a little bit more mindful when we hire. We do have some work that's available. Let's take a look at the market. So going off of our rule of thumb, we're at 18, so we're at a decent enough spot where we're actually able to make a modest profit, right? We're going to sell some of these bill hooks. We don't necessarily need them. We're going to get rid of our fully repaired flail since we just have 2 more new ones that we just got. We're going to get rid of some of the falchions. We're going to hold on to the boar spears because they're not repaired. I'm going to get rid of the one that's the most repaired. I'm going to get rid of some of these really crummy helmets because we don't need them. And we'll hold on to some of them just so we have some spare armor, right? We will get rid of a couple of our quiver of bolts. We'll hold on to 2 of each of arrows as well as bolts, even though we don't have a bow. Actually, now that I think about it, we don't need the actual arrows because we don't have a bow. We do have 2 crossbows though, so we're going to hold on to at least 2 quivers of bolts just so we always have them whenever we're ready for them. I'm going to get rid of the pitchfork. We don't need a pitchfork. We have a spare bill hook here. We have a couple of woodcutter's axes. I don't think we need both of them. We'll get rid of one. And we are now no longer sub 1,000 crowns. We are at least at a 2,300 crowns. It's not terrible. It's not great, but I mean, we've definitely been in a worse spot. Okay, now let's look at the work. We have a package that we can deliver. We'll get paid 130 crowns to Lawnbrook at a day to the northeast. Not the direction we want to go. Not worried about it. Okay, 30 crowns and 120 when we go to Lawnbrook, also to the northeast, because it's the same place. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not doing that. We could go for Carl the Raven. 400 crowns, but thieves are honestly, I love thieves. I'm going to hire him, even if he's terrible. It's always worth a roll. 47 melee skill is not good. Even if he had 2 stars in melee skill, that would only be 77 max. So we're looking at an average. Ooh, 75, assuming we're taking gifted. That is gross. Okay. He's got 9 in melee and range defense. Okay. He's got 95 starting fatigue with 2 stars and 1 star in initiative with 115. Yeah, so daggers don't actually take any fatigue. That's why I'm looking at the stats without pulling on his gear off. We'll definitely get him set up. He will be a decent enough frontliner. He's not going to be great, nothing to write home about, but he will work as a tank similar to Fury as well as Warnhard. So we're going to get him set up to be a dagger bro. And with 3 dagger bros, I don't think we need any more dagger bros. And this should help us out quite a bit with making sure that we have a stable source of income. Fury, I need to get you hooked up with melee skill at this point. Like, it needs to happen. You need melee skill at some way, shape, or form. Like a plus, I don't want to take a +1. That's awful. So what we're going to have to do is we're just going to keep pumping up your other stats here. And you have 1 level. Okay, cool. Gifted. Boom. That is exactly what we needed. We need a gifted because you need at least 60 melee skill. If I can get you at least 60, I won't feel terrible about this build that I'm doing on you. 20 melee defense at level 3. It's definitely great. 57 melee skill at level 3. It's awful. If I can get him to at least like 65, he'll work as a dagger boy. Especially when we get people to actually surround and he gets the backstab bonus. So I'm not terribly worried. He's just going to sit there and just be a pain in the ass to whoever he runs into when we're starting off. We need to patch up his resolve a little bit more, but he already has 4. He has max rolls and resolve guaranteed. So investing in resolve with a gifted is a waste of a level up, or a waste of a gifted stat roll. One could argue that putting a max roll into melee defense when he has 3 stars is a waste of a gifted stat roll. However, melee defense as well as melee skill are one of those things that I pump up as high as I can. So yeah, I'll take the extra free dice towards that. I really think instead of health, we already have 61 HP. That's pretty good, and putting this into him would give him 80 at level 3, which is a ton. I think fatigue is actually what we want. I really do, because daggers require so much fatigue. If you're going to start puncture spamming, I don't think he will be a spammer, but he will be useful for the most part. So yeah, okay, we're going to move down to Sandberg and start making our way down here. I think Hikma is the one that actually has the arena. It does. So we'll get down there and start actually fighting in the arena, making a little bit more money that way. But yeah. Let's see if Sandberg has potentially a rat catcher. I know I keep talking about rat catchers. They're not great units, but they do make pretty decent dodge duelists because of how high their initiative is. I'll take the food and we'll see what this is. Have a caravan for 3,200 crowns going 6 days to the north to Grossfirth. Yeah, you know what? We already did one long ass caravan contract today. I don't necessarily want to do 2. So we're going to instead hold off on that. Let's take a look at this abandoned fortress. I just want to see what's in here. Oh, we can't go in there. It's not actually a point of interest. Noted. Looks entirely abandoned. Got it. So there's just random abandoned fortresses here. It's not like we can actually go into one and, you know, be like, oh, hey, look, there's like something like it's not like a nomad tent or like a fort or something like that that's been used or whatever. Arena. Okay, so we are going to be fighting two gladiators. 2 gladiators is terrible. Is it better to do missions versus trade to make coin? Both. 920 crowns. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Okay, we're gonna do it. I am horrified of this. This is not going to be a fun fight whatsoever. I'm absolutely terrified. Wernhard, you don't have the best melee defense. Do you have dodge? You do have dodge. Oh, okay. So you'll have better melee okay. Oh boy. Harold, do you have dodge? You have dodge. Honestly, until we're gonna put him in the back. Okay. I really hope we don't lose our 3 best guys. This may be a run killer if we do this. We're facing 2 gladiators, and gladiators are terrifying units. They're really strong. They're gonna have good armor. I don't know how well this is gonna go. We're gonna try it. We're playing Iron Man. This is gonna suck. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna take 2 steps back. Oh my god, these guys, they have dodge. This is so stupid. Okay. And they have overwhelm, right? Of course it does. Of course it does. $17, $40, 50% chance of hitting this. We missed. That's unfortunate. Oh, shit. Okay. Yep. I knew better. I knew better. And I can't hit them either. That's the worst part. And we're not going to get our gear back either. Oh my god. Okay. He at least lost his shield. Yep. Yep, this was an awful match. I really shouldn't have done this. GG. That is a terrible idea. I knew better. I knew better going into this that this was a bad idea. And we're not going to get any of our gear back. So we just lost so much money, and we lost our 3 best units. Ryland's still alive somehow. Severe concussion, and he's missing an ear. Harold's dead, as well as Wernhard. Oh, okay, so we got our gear back. Some of our gear back. We didn't get our footman armor, which is unfortunate. That was really good footman armor. We got the helmet back. Man. Man, losing Harold kind of sucked, but it wasn't the end of the world. Losing his armor is a bigger, like, oof. Wernhard, losing him kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Like, these 2 guys were like replaceable. Ryland was definitely our best unit out of there, and he at least got his like, he's still alive, but Oh, okay. That was awful. Is what it is. Okay, well, now that that is over, we're gonna put Ryland in the back here and have him get patched up. That is lost a battle, suffered a permanent injury, and Harold the Snake died. Can only have breaking morale. He's at 14%. I don't know if there's like a bar here. I don't think there is. I really hope we can improve his morale so he doesn't try to leave. And the off chance he does try to leave, we're going to take his gear off. Keep him in the back. A lot of our guys are getting upset. A lot of our guys are upset after that one, which that's completely fair, to be honest. I'm pretty upset on that one too. Okay, contract available. Drive off some nomads east of Hikma for 480 crowns. Okay, this one is deliver a package. Day to the west. Okay, so let's go drive out the brigands, and then we can deliver a package. We're not going to have enough provisions to get us through there. I sure hope we loot some provisions once we get here. Otherwise, we're going to have a really, really bad time. And we will lose Ryland just due to morale loss. Yeah, we're definitely keeping him out of this fight. 100% keeping him out of the fight. We need to repair all of this gear. 100%. We have a terrible formation set up as of right now. We need to get people at least better set up for this. This is going to be a bit of a rough fight. We'll see how it goes since we lost 3 of our best fighters. We got some cutthroats and a few outlaws. So 6 people. All of which have dodge, which is awesome. Not really. I think they should push. I don't think we have to push. I don't think any of them have ranged weapons. Well, a whip. A whip's the closest to a ranged weapon that they've got. Okay. All in all, I'm okay with this. We're going to push, and I want to see if we can start dealing a little bit of damage here. Good hit. Good kill. Okay, I'm going to take a step this way. I'm going to try to break this shield. Good. All right. Okay, so Till no longer has his weapon. That's unfortunate, but I think we'll be okay. Fury needs to stay alive while he's taking the damage here. I think he'll be okay for at least a round. Okay, we got the kill. Now we're going to start pushing up a little bit more again. If we get to right about here, we should be able to get a good throw onto somebody. And we don't. Start flanking. Push. Okay. Fury's still in it. Take a step up. No dice. Also no dice on this. We only have an 18% chance to get him. I don't want to break that C-Par shield. I actually want it. So I kind of want us to find a way to get around the old issue that we're having here. Because I want to keep that shield if I can help it. Same with the shield. I want it. I needs it. all things considered, we're actually having a pretty easy fight here for having, you know, none of our star guys in here anymore because all of our star guys are dead or incredibly worse off for wear after that that awful performance in the arena. So yeah, by the way, if you guys ever see gladiators, you have to fight 2 or 3 of them, be very mindful of that, because if you're not prepared for it, you're gonna have a really rough time. Okay, for the most part, we should be basically done here. We need to break this guy's shield, and then we'll be able to just beat him down. Okay, pretty easy. Got a couple of levels out of it. Got some decent mail, as well as one of our shields that we were looking for. A couple of other random gadgets and whatnot that we'll end up selling for some little bit of cash. So there's a level / best way to go about gladiators. Yeah, so every enemy that you're fighting has its own level and stats and whatnot, right? When it comes down to fighting gladiators, you really want to primarily have a way to apply. Well, so there's a couple of things. Anytime you're fighting a humanoid, so whether it be a goblin, anything that is alive, right, and has blood and whatnot, you can apply wounds to, so you can wound them. When it comes down to gladiators, you want to be able to apply wounds to make them less dangerous in combat, right? So that's one way to get to them. But the other thing is that they have good armor. They have good armor and they have dodge. So one of the ways to get around dodge and their good armor is you want to either have armor penetration, so think hammers, or crossbows, right? You also want to potentially think about nets. So nets would be really good at tying them down. Coincidentally, I had no nets that I used. I had no hammers that I used. And yeah, so I got hit by a gladiator that had a 2-handed flail, like one of the basically the best 2-handed flail that wasn't famed. And he was the one that was actually damaging me. He's the one that basically killed everybody. The other guy just had a scimitar and could not damage me. So because I was getting pummeled by the guy who had the flail, he was the one, and he almost always hit in the head, and we didn't have steel brow or good helmets on anybody. We got just decimated that way, and we couldn't hit him. I did not hit him once because they had decent enough defensive stats, and we didn't have good enough melee attack. And we didn't have nets, so like that combination was definitely not good for us. But let's see here. So let's see here. Facing 2 gladiators. No, I'm not fighting 2 gladiators again. We're not doing that. Okay, a day to the west, we can definitely do that. Let's see, anyone that we can hire. Well, I mean, there are some people that we could hire, but probably not a good idea. We're hurting on cash, we're hurting on manpower. Hiring would fix the manpower issue, but ultimately I think we need to focus on getting our current set of mediocre guys leveled up. And that should, the fact that we lost some of our better units should help us out quite a bit. Okay, yeah, we're fine. We're fine. All right, I had to double check food because we got food from doing that battle. I wanted to make sure that we had enough food to get to this next town, which we should. We should. And we should probably, another thing that we should have done while we had so much money was definitely look into getting some people for our retinue. So the negotiator would have given us a extra contract negotiations. I typically don't negotiate on contracts, so somebody else would probably recommend that. Quartermaster increases the amount of ammunition and medical supplies and tools you can carry, which is pretty good. Recruiter would be a lot better for us, but it only really helps with tryouts, and then makes between 2 and 4 additional men available to recruit in every settlement. The 2 and 4 is pretty helpful. Scavenger I really like because you get tool and supplies for every armor that you destroy during battle. It really helps you out with keeping tools available at all times. And then Surgeon makes every injury take 1 less day to heal, and then every man without a permanent injury is guaranteed to survive an otherwise fatal blow. So the Surgeon would have actually saved us in that arena fight because our guys would have only came out with a permanent injuries. Now, those permanent injuries could have been awful. They could have basically made the guys unusable, but I mean, we'd still have them, right? And we'd have all the gear that was on them. So the Surgeon's probably our best bet. Would really help us out. So we are a little low on food. We need to buy a little bit of food, right? So let's go ahead and get that taken care of. We only have 15 tools, so we're not doing great on tools, and we do need work. So, and we can't hire anybody because we don't have the best amount of money. So let's see here. We can drive off some nomads, right? We've got a 3-star contract, which is another caravan, which is 39 crowns a head, up to 20 heads. So that is what? Just shy. That's 780 extra crowns, which is basically 3,000. Okay, I want to get paid a little bit more when we arrive. 39 crown. Okay. Man, he really didn't want us to do that. And this is Grunfeld, 6 days to the north. Honestly, with how badly we got beaten down, taking a caravan contract to get us out of here and then back up there with a good set of money to like slowly rebuild may be a good idea. It's also potentially a game-ending idea because we could potentially get completely foobarred on that. We do have a contract here for us to drive off some nomads to the east, right? So let's go see if we can take out the nomads off to the east. And then head back and grab the caravan. Because the nomads to the east should get us up to, if not at, 3,000 crowns. If we do that. Okay, till the mill. Good level ups. Okay, man, I just wish you weren't traumatized. Absolutely horrendous that you got traumatized. So it feels so bad. I don't want to necessarily give you Battle Forged. I think Nimble is our best opportunity for you. Dodge would not be terrible, but it's also not great. Maximum fatigue from anything above 15, so you're negative 16, so you're at negative 20 or whatever, and doing this gives you 49% of damage. Okay, and that's reduced up to lowered exponentially from fatigue to the body and head above 15. Brawny does not affect this perk. Man, Brawny not affecting that's dumb. Okay, and then Tamim, get you set up a little bit better here. Give you that +3. Give you gifted as well. Grab that +4, another +3, and we will get you set up with some more resolve because your resolve is trash. And 54, you're at 49. Wolfgang's really close to leveling up, actually. We are going to give you a crossbow. A little early to give you a crossbow, to be honest, but I think that's what we need to do. Give you a crossbow, and you're at 57, so we're going to give Rudolph our pike, and we're going to give you a long axe, because you don't necessarily need a long axe. You get a guaranteed hit with a long axe whenever you're trying to break a shield. Lamellar harness would be pretty useful for us to put on somebody. Ryland still has a severe concussion, so he's basically out of commission until that's fixed. And I don't want us to, yeah, well, we should be fine. Hopefully we're fine. Worst case scenario, we run away. Some and a few. I think we'll be okay. Fairly certain the last time, oh no, the last time we fought this type of group was a, no, we didn't have Ryland. I think we're okay, right? They got to push us. A lot of them have dodge and whatnot, but I think we'll be okay. We should be okay. Let everyone push up, right? And then I want to... I definitely need to tie up some of these flankers. Wow, bro. How on earth are we missing every single shot that we take? That is awful. Okay. This cutthroat could definitely take a bit of a hit here if we do this. Could go for this guy too. I'm not too worried about... Fury should be fine, but I want to... Man, we are missing everything. Awful. Carl is not that good at fighting either. I don't think Carl has great defensive stats right now, so we're gonna see how this goes. Fury takes a hit. Carl took a hit, but somehow dodged the stun, which is cool. Fury's getting slowly plastered. Okay, Nasser got stunned. That's unfortunate. Man, I would love if I could actually get some hits in. Okay, take a step up. Shoot. Okay, we got a good hit in. Tamim, time to swap you over to Axe here. 11% chance to hit with Wolfgang. I think it's time that we swap over to the Axe and start breaking some shields. 70% chance for that, 75 for this, 75, and we miss. Oh my lord. $43 versus 48. This guy's got no armor. Okay, we at least stabbed his shoulder. Now let's go for this guy. We missed. That's unfortunate. All things considered, we're still doing okay. No one's super screwed right now. Yo, what's going on, Marcelo? I'm doing good, my man. Doing good. How are you? Okay, this guy's basically dead, but I don't want him doing anything else. So I would need that kill. That gave us a good resolve hit to everybody else, too. Okay, now we're going to go for... This is a 55 versus a 60. Let's go for the 55, see if we can get a kill. Got a kill. Did not do any resolve damage to the surrounding people, which is unfortunate, but it did remove the surround bonus on Fury, at least part of it. Okay, we got a good hit on the Nomad Cutthroat here. Okay, this is definitely a war of attrition right now, and we're doing a really good job at being able to soak the damage that they're putting out, right? Not doing the best. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we can go for a kill. We got the kill. Cool. Now we're cooking with gasoline. So this guy's running. This guy's running. We can push. See if we can get a hit on this guy, so we can start reducing his damage output and potentially get some kills here. Okay, now they're both running here, right? This is the next guy. That's an issue, but he doesn't have the ability to actually hit through armor. That's the biggest weakness to the whip, is that the whip really is not very good against armored units whatsoever. Okay. Got a good hit on that. Want to go ahead and surround this guy as best we can here. Give us the best chance possible for us to actually get hits, and boom, he's dead. So all in all, we lost nobody. We gained a lot, and we got some silverware out of that, which is actually like a treasure item. So that was a good pick. That was a good pickup. We're going to get paid pretty well off of that. And we got some good levels out of that, right? So Wolfgang, we're getting him squared away to where he can be a decent hybrid unit. We could give him some more fatigue. Could. Wait, did he get a max roll on... No, he didn't. Yeah, let's... Man, that feels bad, but it'll be okay. We'll give him gifted, right? We'll give him a +4 there and a +3 here, and we will also give him another +4 to resolve. And then we have Carl the Raven. Carl did not roll at all anything good. Oh my lord. Okay, we got a max roll and resolve. We got a +1 to melee skill. That is trash. That's okay. We'll be fine. It's gross, but we'll be okay. We're gonna grab the... Man, we really need to pump up his melee skill as best we can, but I'll worry about that later. Grab Colossus on him. And Nasser, we will do the +2 to melee, and we'll do the +2 to melee defense. Wow. Some of these guys did not roll well, huh? And then we'll go ahead and grab Gifted. You're great trying to learn Battle Brothers. In fact, playing and losing. It's okay, buddy. I just lost some of my best units just a minute ago because I ended up having to fight some gladiators in the arenas in the desert. So, yeah, I'm recovering from that. So, but that's the cool thing about Battle Brothers is you can lose your units, and as long as you don't full wipe your entire party, you can rebuild. Sometimes it's just, is it worth rebuilding, or should you just start over? And I definitely considered starting over, but it's okay. We're fine. We're fine. This is okay. I'm having fun. This is fun, guys. Okay. We have one tool. 303 cost for tools here. Okay. Sell price of 21 for a fully repaired shield. Pretty good. 475 on silverware. We're definitely going to take that price. I'm going to sell as much of this crummy stuff that we have. We don't need. We got a Nomad reinforced helmet. It's actually a pretty decent helmet. Everything else we're going to hold on to. Okay. Now, we're going to sell a scimitar. We're going to hold on to the safe. We're going to sell a flail. And we're going to get rid of one of these two-handed axes. And I would like to get rid of some more stuff, but honestly, I kind of need to keep it. Kind of sucks, but I do need to keep it. We are going to hold on to the food because the food's not going to expire for a while. Okay. And we are going to accept this contract. I need this money. We need this money. Something fierce. And it's unfortunate that a lot of the money's locked behind getting kills. So it's a lot of our pay, like almost a third of the pay is locked behind us getting kills. But I think we should be all right. Let's take a look at our roster. How are we looking on concussion here? 1 to 3 days. Is there a temple in town? There is a temple in town. Heal this. I will spend the money to heal that. Let's go ahead and get Ryland geared up so we can at least put him out there whenever he is ready to go and he is no longer concussed. Okay. We've got some other stuff that's constantly being repaired right now. We need to get more tools. So let's buy some tools. It's a little bit, it's really expensive here, but it's worth having tools because we're going on a long trip. I would like to buy more stuff, but we can't. Is there anyone that we can hire? I mean, there are people we can hire. I don't want to hire any of these guys. Okay. Before we set off, I will be right back, guys. I got to run to the little boys' room. BRB.
All right, guys, I'm back. I'm good. I had to yell it out real quick, right? I just had to scream about losing our units, but it's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. This is fine. Having fun. This is fun. Okay. Let's see here. Night Owl Elixir. Let's see if there's anything like I kind of want to get like some more consumables and actually like really help push us into that next level of a fighting, right? But I'm finding it hard for us to actually get past this hump, and we need better gear. We just need more people that are higher leveled. So, yep. Anyway, we're moving on, right? Moving on. We're traveling across the desert in our little trading caravan here, and hopefully we get a few conscripts and we get a caravan cart. A single cart. We have 30 tools. Still have a severe concussion here on Ryland, but I mean, all things considered, it'll be healed by tomorrow. That's pretty good. A lot of our guys are kind of boogered up, but I mean, we'll be okay, right? Carl is trash for melee skill, but we'll be able to give him some better armor here in a bit. And yeah, we're honestly just at the point now where we kind of need to find our next person that will be able to like push into our like solid units, right? Till the Mill is honestly our best like unit at this point, right? So we got Till the Mill and Rudolph. Both of those guys pretty freaking good. Rudolph may almost be time for us to rotate Rudolph into being a frontliner. Like, I hate to say it, but it may be time for us to get him up front and into the thick of it. We may need to upgrade him to being a two-hander. I think it is time. Which means we need to get another good backliner. But that's okay. We don't have a good backliner right now. But all of our frontliners, none of our frontliners have really good melee skills right now, right? Because we have Ryland in the back here with 38 melee skill just due to being severely concussed. If we can get Rudolph leveled up, I'd say at least 2 more times, I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, I definitely want him to get at least Underdog and then Battle Forged, and then I'll feel pretty good before we move him up. So if he can get at least 2 more levels, boom, we're good, right? But yeah, all things considered, we're not doing terrible. This is so strange because I'm getting stream health issues again, right? Like it's showing that my keyframes are messed up, but this is so weird because I never changed my keyframes. So let me know if you guys are noticing like a lot of buffering or something. A few warriors and some young. A few warriors? A few. That's like 2 or 3. And then there's some young here. Oh boy. I don't know if our defenses are set for that. And the last thing I want to do is take on a fight that is going to get us killed. Yeah, so that was probably a 4 and the a 4-2 combo. Oh shit. Okay, well that's not what I wanted. Yep. So it's looking like a 4-2 combo, and we are going to retreat. I don't want to fight this. And I gave up, and like I'm not gonna fight this after giving up on the caravan, right? Like we're falling back. We're getting everybody out. We're not fighting this. Yep, it was a 2-4 combo. We probably could have won that, honestly, if we were if we still had our caravan with us. I think we could have won that. But it would have been a tough fight. So instead, we're going to take this caravan contract, and I swear to God, we better not run into these guys again. But they have a better group of... Oh, they got caravan hands instead of conscripts, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. This one I don't have to get kills for, right? And it's not that big of a deal. It's Grossfirth instead of Grunfeld, and I think the Grossfirth's right here. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Oh, I should have been paying attention. We could have stopped at Deichstadt for some more supplies for potentially people. Okay, cool. Ryland is now fully repaired, and we are good to go here. So we're going to move Ryland up here, get him right in the middle. So we have our strongest unit once again into the thick of it. So I'm feeling better now that we actually have a two-hander up there that's able to, like, you know, go toe for toe and whatnot. A few legionaries, some auxiliaries, and a few armored wider gangers. I really don't want to fight these guys. Please stay down there. Watch, if we were getting paid per head, those guys were going to be right on top of us. That would have been a rough fight. There we go. A few thugs, some raiders, and a marksman. Okay, we can handle that. As I instantly get shot by the marksman. Instantly get shot right into the cranium for Wolfgang, too. That's unfortunate. All right, you guys are going to have to push, right? Like, surely you're going to push. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Now that I know that they're pushing, we're fine. So we are going to get into a better formation here. And I want to... I'm going to take 2 steps, go for a hit. Missed. That's unfortunate. Go for this guy. We got a hit to the head there. Wow. Okay, that's awful. Good hit. Oh, there we go. That guy's really low now. Cool. Ooh. I don't want Nasser to die here, but I mean, if he does, that would be kind of unfortunate. I don't have a good setup for him necessarily. Okay, good kill. Good hit. $32. Okay, there was a good hit right there. Cool. Missed. That's unfortunate. Okay, we got a couple of kills. We're starting to do some morale damage here. Let's see if we can knock this guy back. Cool. That's good. We are going to go and see if we can get up here, start doing a flank maneuver. Good kill there. This guy's now fleeing. We'll be able to dagger him down if we can get people to surround him. Okay, got a good kill there. I want to get this guy taken care of and daggered down correctly. Like, that's one of the things that I'm really aiming for here is I want us to actually start getting some gear that we can start selling for a profit. I was gonna say you should be running. Like there's absolutely no way that you're able to do anything at this point. 45%. Cool. I like that. I like those odds. How long until he moves? Okay, so we should be good. We'll go ahead and get all of our guys situated here. And we're just going to end our round until our next round comes up, and then we'll be able to puncture with our dagger boys. And we do have some guys that have daggers that we could easily just swap over to, but I want either Carl or Fury to get the kills because they need the extra XP. So that's something that, in case you guys did not know, you get a bonus to XP if you get the kill with your units. And that's just something to keep in mind. So if you're trying to level anybody up, try to feed them kills, essentially. So I think the way the math works, right, is 80%. Okay, so every unit is worth a set amount of XP. Okay, so let's say, for example, this guy is worth 100 XP. He may not, he's probably not worth 100 XP, but let's say he is. Okay, the way it works is that if you kill this raider, 80% of the XP of his 80% of his XP value. So if we're using a round number like 100, right? 80% of it gets shared amongst everyone in your troop. Whereas whoever kills the unit gets 20% of his XP value directly. So something to think about. So it is, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it definitely does help. And you will notice that your guys who get the most kills level up the quickest. So if you feel like you need someone to level up better or quicker, feed them kills. So our two worst units are the ones that are going to be getting the kill here. Somebody's going to get the kill eventually. May take us a couple of rounds of just waiting because they're trying to puncture too, right? We're trying to get this armor, and I sure hope that's decent armor. I can't tell because I got people in front of them, but we're gonna see. Oh yeah, that looks like it's. Man, is that just a tunic? If that's just a tunic, I'm gonna be so upset. What'd I get? Oh no, okay, it was at least padded leather. All right, that's not terrible. We got, yeah, we got some decent stuff out of that. I'm okay with that. We got, you know, some passable weapons. We got some decent starting armor. Just something that's better than nothing, right? What's the best cheap background? It depends. I know that's my favorite answer for you and for everyone that asks questions, right? So it depends on what you're trying to get. Okay. Backgrounds have pros and cons to most of them, and every single background has a specific range of stats. Okay, so for example, a thief background, right? Like Carl here, thieves typically have high initiative as well as some pretty decent melee and range defense stats starting out. Okay, so they typically have a higher range of that. So thieves make pretty good dodge units or make pretty good tanks because they naturally have better defensive stats. Okay. Butchers typically have better melee skill because they're used to being a butcher, or like a lumberjack would also be pretty good at that, right? Farmers typically have really good, they don't necessarily have the best melee skill, but they know how to use a pitchfork, right? And they typically are used to working in fields, so they have good fatigue, right? Day tailors typically have a lot of fatigue, but not very good other stats wise, but they have a lot of fatigue so they can wear heavier armor because they're used to being like day laborers. That's what they are, right? Rat catchers are used to catching rats with their hands, so they have to be fast, so they have high initiative. Like, you got to think about how the backgrounds are just in general. And then that kind of gives you an idea of what they should be better at. Or you can look it up on the wiki because the wiki has everything, right? But typically my favorite backgrounds to hire, right? Militia are pretty good. Okay. Like Ryland is a militia unit. He's pretty decent. But militia isn't a cheap background. It's like 700 to like 1,000 crowns for a background. That's pretty expensive. I am personally, I enjoy indebted because they don't have upkeep. So that's the definition of cheap, right? You don't have to, they don't have, this guy is literally free to hold on to. He has no expenses on the daily. Now, he doesn't have the greatest stats, but he's free, basically. But I am very partial to thieves. I love thieves. I like indebted to like get some decent cannon fodder going. And you can get indebted that have decent stats, or at least decent aptitudes, and you can turn them into something. They won't be the best at it, but they'll be okay. And they'll be serviceable, right? Caravan hands are pretty good. And yeah, so my go-to would be for your frontliners. I would say your tanks should probably be like thieves. The majority of your damage dealing units should be probably militia or houndmasters or lumberjacks or farmers. Like all of those are pretty decent for like solid melee guys, right? Poachers will be the cheapest like archer background that you'll get. You could get a good militiaman that's a poacher, but typically, I mean, it's kind of hard to find a good ranged unit, to be honest. But yeah, that's really what you're looking at, is like everything has like its purpose. Fishermen are kind of whatever. I'm not a huge fan of them. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the backgrounds. Monks are pretty good for bannermen. Cultists are amazing for bannermen. I love cultists in general. Unfortunately, cultists are not considered a lowborn, so I can't find them while I'm doing this run. It's a very sad time for me. But anyway, let's do the +2 to melee skill. I kind of want to take the +2 to melee defense here because he really needs the help. And then we could do +3 to resolve. No, let's do the +4 to fatigue. Could give him dodge. It would just make him a little bit harder to hit, but it won't be great. What are you set up to be, Husni? I mean, you don't have the best melee, but you're serviceable. You may end up being another Ryland, essentially, right? Except you have a decent amount of... How do I want to do this? Yeah, so if I were to take off your shield, you have 8. Ryland has 30. Yeah, you're definitely not the same whatsoever. I have to give you dodge if I want to make you a two-hander, because you're not going to have very good melee defense otherwise. And dodge is a fickle beast of a perk. Let's keep you alive for the time being, so we'll give you dodge. 15% of your initiative. I mean, we're looking at what, like 12 as a bonus. I mean, 12 plus 23. I mean, we're looking at like 35 defense. I mean, it's not great, but it'll work. Fury. Ooh, a +4. Nice. Ooh, a +2. I'll take it. What else can I get for you? We could do more hit points. We could do more fatigue. We could do more initiative. Let's do the +4 to resolve, and let's give you backstabber. We need you to get better at stabbing people, ideally in the back. Carl, yeah, you are what you are. We could give you some heavier armor just to make sure that you stay alive. Let's do that. Let's get you squared away. You're at least on par with Fury when it comes down to gear. Nowhere near there on stats, but whatever. What are we waiting for? What's going on? That's my girl. Picked me up, low stats but free, so she likes me. Bro, that's great. Huh, I got autoplayed here while I started cooking rice. Well, thanks for being here while you're cooking rice, homie. All right, let's see here. Sip our shield with +18. We could try and see if we can get some of these guys. What is that, -16? Yeah, let's do -2 more fatigue. That's fine. Why not? I think we're set. I think we're mostly set. Let's go ahead and flag some of this stuff for repair, and we should be able to continue on our little journey here. Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure that people have daggers, by the way. I've definitely forgot to equip everyone with daggers, and that's kind of biting me in the ass here. That Warnmail shirt is a little bit worse for wear, so let's at least give him something to wear in the time being. Husni, do we have a better piece of armor for you for the time being? Here it's 74. I mean, that's a minor increase of overall durability. No, not really. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. Fine. Yeah. Okay. All you guys are mostly fine. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Are we gonna fight the brigands? No. Oh, okay. Damn. I was kind of hoping to fight some brigands there and get a little bit better, potentially better gear, or at least another set of gear, right? And then more importantly, XP. I need that sweet XP. We're going to be running a little bit low on supplies for tools, right? We're doing okay on food, but some of our food's going to start expiring soon. And our next city we'll be able to actually visit is Rothstadt. And it looks like we have to go pretty far up top here. So we'll see how this goes. So we have 3,000 crowns. By the time we turn this in, we should be, we're not going to be at like 6,000, but we'll be close. We'll be a little bit lower than that because we've got a decent amount of moving to do, and we're still paying like 100 crowns a day, right? So, oh, is it going to be daytime? Is it going to be daytime? Daytime? Oh, cool. It's dawn. Sweet. Need more dogs and archers. You know what? You're right. We do need more dogs. We could definitely use some more archers too. I need to get a hold of some dogs. I would love to hire some archers, but it's really hard to get a good archer. We have Sigmar here, who's a militiaman. Costs 2 grand. I'm not hiring a guy that costs 2,000. It's just not happening. I would love to be able to buy some better gear again, but we're poor. We're poor. We lost my footman armor, and my footman armor was like one of my favorite pieces of armor. Oh yeah, right. We can customize people. Surprisingly, Ryland's still alive, and Ryland is ugly. Oh my god. Yeah, no, we're not buying anything here. Even the trade goods are expensive. We're not doing that. We're gonna move on. So before I forget, we also need to be increasing our retinue. Our retinue could really use a surgeon, right? And don't let me forget, but Brookwall is where we get our dogs at. So we need to go to Brookwall to buy a bunch of dogs, right? Those dogs are very useful. Dogs are very useful. We could also hire some hound masters. They'd be pretty decent for frontliners potentially. We also need to look into seeing if we can get a hold of a poacher or two. Poachers honestly have some of the better opportunities to be ranged units, right? But they're not necessarily going to be good ranged units, which is like one of the biggest downfalls. You're over here trying to make sure someone's going to be like, you're trying to hire somebody for being like a ranged unit, right? And then you just get someone that's trash. It's always unfortunate. Okay, so there you've got a rebuilding effort. They have been raided and they're well supplied. So that's a very interesting scheme, but peat bricks, we're gonna buy it. They need wood, so we could definitely get a hold of some wood, right? I got a lot of stuff that's expiring in one day, but I'm not gonna try and do anything here. We have a place that we can discover for some crowns, and we have a Glommenwold a day to the north. Where is... Okay, hold up. I gotta remember what all is where. So if I remember correctly, there is a place around here that sells wood. And it's Filsmoos. And I don't think we're going to get to Filsmoos and then back over here to Grossfirth in time for us to take part of the rebuilding effort. So we're just going to leave. We are just going to leave. So our 5,900 crowns. We got a decent amount of money. We're not rich by any means. Rupert, Nut, and Ulf. Very rarely will you find a farmer that's well suited to being an archer. Sandkai about a day to the north. I don't want to go to north, so we're gonna hold off on that. 218 on copper. We're definitely buying that. We could sell the peat, but we're not going to be pulling too much of a profit on that. We are going to buy some food and sell the food that we currently have that's about to expire. And yeah, we should be set. And now we're going to walk through the woods straight to Brookwall and get us some dogs. Or we're going to go around. Whatever the pathing takes us. We don't necessarily have to go straight through the woods. There's probably some spiders in here or something. Spiders, wolves, spooky things, brigands. Who knows? I sure don't. I'm feeling much better now that we... Ooh, hello there. A leader. Oh my god. I think we're doing it. I think we're doing it. We're doing it. Guys, it's happening. It's fucking happening. We're gonna get gear. Or we're gonna lose a lot of fucking people. It's one of the two. Don't take bets. Do not take bets. Because I definitely don't fucking know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try to do some dumb shit here. We don't have any dogs, but we've got heart. That's the important thing. We've got heart. We're fucking sending it. Okay. So we got 7 guys here. We've got... Who's the fucking named one? Oh, we don't see him yet. Okay. We don't have eyes on the named guy. But I do know that I want to move up. Because I want to get the high ground. Because if there's anything that I've ever learned from all the cinema that I have watched, is that the high ground is important. Fuck, he got the high ground. As you say, I fucked up. So we're going to take the high ground from this guy. I still don't see their leader, dude. I have no idea where their leader is. It's absolutely kind of mind-boggling to me. So, here's the thing. Right. I don't want us to freak out too much. But we definitely want to do our best to make sure that we're able to take care of this leader before he gets to us. Wait, where's the leader? He needs to have a name, right? I could have swore I saw a leader somewhere. Is he hidden? Does he just not come out? Is he way back here? Oh yeah, no, he's hidden. He's hidden all right, okay. I want to see what gear he's got. He's got to have good gear. Oh, yeah. Ludger the hyena. I'm going to take your shit, dude. I want that gear. I need this gear. No idea what's happening. Okay, so here's the thing. This guy has a name, right? And if they have a name, that means he's a brigand leader, okay? And that means he's stronger than the raiders, and he's got better gear. He does have better gear. He's got a like a full, not just a mail shirt, but he's got like a 130 chest armor. He's got a really good helmet though, and he's got a war brand, which is a 2-handed sword that can attack twice, maybe 3 times. It's spooky. I want to dagger him down, but in order for us to properly dagger him down, we need him to come to us. Ooh, I don't like that. I kind of wish I had dogs right now. I'm not gonna lie. Dogs sure would help. Man, who would have thought that dogs would help me right now? Can I hit this? I can try. Ooh, nice hit. Cool. Okay, we're gonna get Carl down here. Just ready. Okay. Now, Wolfgang. Good hit. Okay. I've got some guys that I need to kill. Like, these guys are going to be a problem if I can't get anyone up there to kill them. That's my issue. But I also need to make sure that I'm keeping this guy tied down. So I'm in quite a conundrum, right? Okay. 63. Good kill. I don't want this guy to be on high ground. That is an awful spot for me. Okay. And Nasser over here is getting foobarred. So we need to try and get him out from being foobarred. We're going to take a step up here, and we're going to swap him over to being a axe user. I'm going to keep my Wolfgang. Do you have a... You do. Cool. I'm going to start breaking this shit down. We're at 43 HP, which is not good for us whatsoever. And we have a pierced leg muscle, which reduces our melee defense. What is our melee defense on Nasser? 17 with a shield. That is trash. We're going to push him away, and we're just going to pray, right? I want these guys to push. Doesn't look like he will, which is unfortunate. Okay, that's fine. I'm pushing this guy with him because I want him to stay away from Nasser. And it's unfortunate that we have to do it this way, but that's kind of the best case scenario that we have, right? We're going to slow roll here. I'm going to get Wolfgang right on top of their archer. It feels kind of dumb because it kind of is dumb, but we're doing it anyway. All right. And how close can we get here? We can get right on top of them. Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I don't want to be necessarily right on top of their leader without a plan. I want the leader to be pushing to me. Ooh. Was not expecting that puncture to hit. Okay. Now, who has... Is it Wolfgang? Is Wolfgang the one that has the net? Oh no, I fucked up. Okay. We're getting him locked down. I think Wolfgang is the one that has the net. He is the one that has the net. Okay, we got a good hit in. Can we take a step away and actually survive? We can. Awesome. Till. We're getting you swapped over to a dagger. Oh, I probably should have waited till we kill this raider. But that's okay. Nasser, we're keeping you back. This is going to be a bit of a interesting ordeal. We're going to shield wall here. Carl, what is your melee defense? 26. Shield wall will... yeah, we're going to walk up here and we're going to shield wall. Okay, we got a hit. We got 2 hits. Nice. Okay, got a kill. Also nice. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. We get pushed up here. We missed our kill chance. We're gonna have to move over here so we can be out of the way, right? And then we're gonna take a step up here and miss. Got it. We're moving. We're making moves here, right, guys? I'm going to kill this guy by puncturing him. That is what will happen. I promise you that. Okay. Swap over to a dagger. 33% chance we miss. Okay, that sucks, but it is what it is. Go right here. 95% chance to hit. Oh, we triggered 9 lives. Cool. So he's basically dead, right? But we haven't damaged any of his armor yet, which is the entire purpose of what we're doing. 66, miss. Okay. 85, good kill. So Carl leveled up, as well as Tamim. And we got the mail shirt, as well as the kettle hat with closed mail. And we got... Did we not get the war brand? Come on. Okay, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I wanted the war brand too. I wanted all of it. I wanted all of his gear, but we didn't get it. It's okay. War brands don't have the most durability, so he probably used it too much. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. Okay. We could hire Ingolf as well as Kunibert, I think. That's how that's pronounced, I guess. We could what else we got here? Don't have much. There's not much of anything here. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to hire some dogs or buy some dogs, right? We're gonna buy the ones that don't have any armor because armor's expensive. And we're going to go ahead and hire both of these guys. Are they good? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. Ingolf. 53 starting melee skill. Has a somewhat okay melee defense. Somewhat respectable, right? Maximum fatigue is 94. Starting out with 38 resolve. 58 HP. 96 resolve. My bad. 96 a fatigue. Okay, 53 melee. I mean, it's not great, but I've seen worse. Okay, let's take a look at our other guy. Take all of his stuff off. We're at 99 fatigue. We got a 1-star melee skill with a 51 versus a 53 base. This guy has 42 range skill versus 34. 7 melee defense and 4 range defense. And he has a 1-star melee defense. It's 2 stars in fatigue with 36 starting resolve and 105 initiative. Okay. Honestly, not terrible. 1-star melee skill means that he's going to average 25 points in melee, which would be 76. On top of this, with gifted, he'd be at 79 melee skill at max level, which, once again, it's not great. Ryland's level 7 and has 77, so he won't be the best when it comes to melee. Now, he will also have an extra 25 melee defense, which would put him right around 32, but plus an additional 3 from gifted, and we're looking at 35 melee defense. So 35 melee defense, on top of 79 melee skill. Once again, not as good as Ryland, but obviously that's at level 10. Level 10, he will be comparable to what Ryland is currently at level 7. And he's got decent fatigue. We'll be able to patch up his resolve, and we need to increase his HP. So all in all, Kunibert, not a terrible two-hander. He's not gonna be great, but he'll do, right? Ingolf, on the other hand, is much of the same, except he's worse. Yeah. So worse, but we can make do. So Tamim, let's go ahead and level up our guys. Tamim got a +4 in both melee as well as range, so that's pretty nice. 61 melee skill, 58 range skill. He's going to be a really nice hybrid whenever we're able to get him there. We need to start getting him bags and belts as well as quick hands. Quick hands is a little bit more important right now because that will give him a free swing, essentially, once we are at that point. Honestly, taking a +4 in range defense to pad that up instead of taking a minimum roll in this other shit, probably more beneficial. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to grab quick hands because, like I just said, quick hands is what he needs. Carl, I'm going to get you gifted. I already know you need gifted. Like, let's just be honest here. You need all the help you can get with melee, and melee defense is always good, especially since you're going to be a dagger boy, right? Hit points at 57, not terrible. We could definitely take a +4 to that, but also, since we have a max roll here because it gifted, let's grab it and put it into resolve. Oh, hey, look at that. We also rolled a min on melee skill here. We can take the +2 to melee defense. It's not terrible. And we will take the +4 to resolve to get you up to 50, which is good. And then, honestly, I think 4 additional into hit points wouldn't be bad, but you're definitely lacking in the fatigue department. So let's go ahead and pump that up. Nacer, you are hurting as well. Wolfgang, yeah, Wolfgang, let's pull you back as well. All right, Ingolf, we're going to get you squared away with some basic gear as well as the other guy that we hired, right? Cunderbert, and we will get both of you guys squared away as, man, I kind of want you both to be polearm users for the time being so we can at least get you somewhat square set up. You know what? A battle whip will work for you because that's a ranged weapon. You can support from the back line with that. We'll give you this and a yeah. And now that we have a ton of dogs, I think it's time for us to start equipping the dogs everywhere. Everyone needs a dog. Everyone needs a dog. As many, especially for the frontliners. Yeah. Okay. We're pretty much set. And let's keep on moving out. So we are at 23 out of 25 for buying and sell trading goods. So we will be finishing that up because we do have some trading goods in our inventory right now. All we got to do is sell them. I just wanted a better return on what our buying price was. So we just bought a couple more. So we should be really close to getting that finished. Ooh, we have a poacher. We're going to hire the poacher. I want to see what he does. I want to see how good he is. 48 range skill with 54 melee skill. Okay. 48 plus 30, which would be the average, is going to be 78 plus an additional 4 from gifted. 82. 82 is okay. It's not great. To give you an idea, this guy, I think, will actually have similar, if not better. And he started off pretty bad. Wow. Okay. Sigmund will keep you in the back line, I guess, and 48 range skill's not great, but whatever. I can at least put a crossbow on you, give you some form of a armor, and put you right back here, and you'll be fine. Rudolph the Swift, you have not quite leveled up yet, so you're not ready to be in the front line. I honestly think it may be better for us to put Ingolf in the front line just so we don't have too many backliners. Put Ingolf right up here with a spear, and yeah, we should be good. We're actually really close to finishing our ambition. This thing we've had for like 2 streams at this point. I thought this was going to happen quicker, but evidently not. So yeah. Wow. Oh, hey, we're turning a really good profit here. So we're going to sell all of this right there. And yeah, that should finish our ambition pretty easily there. And we could hire Markholf and see how he is as a poacher. Hey, 48, but he has 2 in range skill. So in comparison, right, Sigmund has 48, but he's just going to be better. He also has 3 stars in melee skill. Wow, 54. That's so sad. He has identical melee and range stats. It's just that he has a better stars, which instantly makes him better. This guy is going to be... Honestly, his melee skill plus 35 on top of 54 is like he's at 89 melee skill without gifted. And then on top of that, he's going to have 40 added to this. So 88 and 89 respectively. Well, actually, he'll have a slightly higher range skill from that. So yeah, he's going to have really good stats. So I kind of want to keep this guy alive. And that just means Sigmund doesn't necessarily need to do the things that we thought he was going to do. Same thing with Cunderbert. Cunderbert, I mean, you'll be okay if I set you off on the flank with a 2-handed weapon, right? I can totally do that. Put this guy in the back line. Give him... yeah, that's fine. Give this guy the... put him in the back line. Give him... honestly, give him a bill hook for the time being, right? And that should be fine. And you know what the best thing is about us killing that bandit leader? Ryland has a better helmet now. So we now have a 250-260 wombo combo, which combos really well with a Battleforged. So Ryland is now there. He is him. All right, Fury and Carl, I could upgrade your guys' helmets, but honestly, I don't know if that's the thing we should do. We'll have to play that by ear. We will have to play that by ear. Okay, well, we finally finished an ambition, and everyone's morale just went up, so that's great. Let's go down to Bokenberg, see if we can get a hold of some salt for cheap there. We need a little bit more money, and we need to make our way back down to the desert. $307 for salt. That's pretty good. We'll buy all of it. No one here that we want to hire. Markov walks in like, yes, I am great. Thank you. Thank you. I was not expecting him to be that good. He's just like, yep, I am the man you've been looking for. We just need to keep him alive. Defend Bokenberg and its outskirts from raiding parties. I think we can handle that. I really do. Like, we have some really solid, like, we have a lot of numbers, right? And numbers won't necessarily directly win us the fight by any means. But it sure will help. Okay, you have 69. I think it's time for you. Nice. I think it's time for you to go to a flail. I think it's time for him to use a flail because we can start hitting people in the head with Hunsey. And this is probably going to be our closest bet here. Losing some melee defense on Nasser is rough, so we'll be able to keep him on our flank, but that's about it. I think we can do this, though. I really want to. I want to try, because this will give us some good crowns as well as a lot of experience. And I'm really here for the experience, to be honest. Taking all bets, he's 100% going to die in his first fight. God, don't fucking say that. Don't you dare say that. A marksman and some raiders. As long as this marksman doesn't get like super lucky and get a hit off, I think we'll be okay. Meanwhile, Markov goes second, which is terrifying for me. Oh, I have to push. Noted. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I hate having to push. It's so strange too, because I do have range. I have more range units than they do. So it does not necessarily make sense to me as to why I have to push and they don't. But I'm going to try and get a kill here, so I don't have to worry about it, right? Okay. That was terrifying. Okay, we're gonna take a step up here, drop another dog. take another step up here and drop a third dog, because what's better than 2 dogs? 3. What's better than 3 dogs? Well, evidently not one that runs into a spear wall. Yep. Get the dog out of there. I don't want him dead. Cool, we got a kill. Ooh. I cannot believe Ingle, the level 1 guy, just got 2 headshots back to back on that. Pretty freaking sweet. Get Nasser out of there. You know what? I'm not sure if I want Markov to actually be where he's at. I think I want him over here. I don't want him getting hit by this freaking raider over here. Okay, we're doing fine for the most part. Honestly, kind of surprised Fury got that kill, but I'll take it. Good hit. Good kill. Good hit. Good hit. Our dog's doing great. Witherfang's still alive. That's all I care about. We're going to run them down because I want these kills. All right, boom. Easy peasy. Got a decent amount of loot. That's 1 group down. We have more that we have to go through. Okay. Nasser got pretty fucked up there. We're going to swap his armor out, but he still has this injury on his leg, right? But otherwise, he's fine. Everyone else did not really take very much damage, if at all. Like, we have a couple of guys that took like a hit or 2, but yeah, for the most part, that went really smooth. So we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going, and obviously we're gonna mark things for repair while we whenever we get them. That way we are set up to potentially swap out weapons if we need to, as well as a better gear for selling. A few poachers and some raiders. This is going to be an even easier fight, but there's a couple poachers, so you never know. We'll just send Fury up here and see if they push. They do. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted. I'll move Markolf right up here. I should not be pushing Markolf up the way that I am, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta. That's why I should not be pushing Markolf up there. God, I hope he survives. So you know what? You're wrong, but you may be right. There may be a sense of truth to what you said there, Loki. He may not die on his first fight, but he's probably going to die on his second, with how I've been doing dumb stuff. We'll see how this goes. I really need to be able to kill this guy, like, quickly. And if I can't, I'm about to have a really rough time. That's unfortunate. Okay. I don't want Nasser on the downhill part of that at all. Okay, cool. He's running. We're fine. Everything's fine. This is fine, guys. Calculated, by all means. Hella calculated. He hit his own guy with that. That's hilarious. Okay, cool. Point blank. Boom. Good shot. Oh, this guy's got an arming sword. That'd be cool. That'd be a nice little pick-me up there. Go for the 69. We miss it. That's unfortunate. Let's see if we can go for this. Good hit. Cool, we got the kill. We may get that armor. I'm not entirely certain on that. At this point, we just have a ton of dogs running amok, right? And honestly, this is kind of like half the fun is just seeing a massive army of dogs. Look at all this. Look at all these dogs just running around, doing my bidding. First, I meet second. And if he makes it past this, cover all the bases third. Got it. I just need them to stay alive for a little bit, okay? I need them to stay alive. I need them to get some kills. I see the peasants, but no sand. Homie, we're making our way back there, okay? We've been there like 3 times in the desert. Ooh. All right, we have a ton of dogs at this point that are just completely surrounding these guys who have like nothing on them. And yeah, I fairly confident this is the end. The end is nigh. Cool. That rice cooker was a great investment. Oh yeah, was it? Cool. Arming sword. We got a flail. We did get the armor from that one guy we daggered down, which is good. That two-handed mallet, I don't necessarily want that. I don't think it's really worth picking up either. And ooh, but that hand axe is. Let's see. Let's get rid of one of these shields that's pretty damaged. We need to sell some stuff. Okay, well, there was only 2 groups that we had to kill, which is great. So Bokenberg's no longer getting raided, or at least not immediately, right? We have, is there anything that we can actually, we're not going to get great prices here, but it's not bad. Let's go down to Gronenberg. We have to make our way back down here to the desert. The last time we were in the desert, I lost 2 of my best units. So 2 of my top 3 units died, and then freaking Ryland, you know, lost an ear or whatever his permanent injury is. Okay, let's see here. Need a battle standard. Company strength is 16 men. Cook scouts. We'll hire one that suits our needs. Oh yeah, let's hire somebody for our retinue. Yeah, we can totally do that. I'd rather do that because that's something that we really need. Something I've been meaning to do. And we could sell our salt here. We're doing okay on tools, not great. Sell some of the arrows. We don't need 3 deals of freaking throwing axes. What are our sell prices here? They're good enough. Yeah, they're good enough. We can sell some of these hand axes. Don't need that. Get rid of one of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of a couple of those and one of those. One of those. Sell, sell, sell. Okay, we're starting to cook with gasoline here, guys. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're getting rid of all this random crap that we don't need. Don't need a sling. We have a ton of shields. Do not need this many shields. Need some of them. That way we can replenish them in case they break, but we don't need all of them by any means. Oh, look, another dog. Okay, what can we buy here? Armorer. Hold up. Before we do anything stupid and start spending our money, let's hire somebody. And more importantly, it's not just somebody. Ooh, a trader. Increases the amount of trade goods for sale by 1 for each location that produces them. Okay, that's cool. But more importantly, surgeon. Surgeon, very important. Very important. Super good. We only have 1,900 crowns now. Now let's look. Can we afford any of this? We could, but we can't. I don't even know why I look at the weaponsmith. Ooh, a two-handed sword. The Marvelous Defender. Great sword's a true masterpiece with a blade that is both flexible yet extremely durable. 22% chance to hit the head. Oh my god. Bro, that is fucking insane. 22% chance to hit the head. Hold up. Let's look at this. Is there... Okay, 5% versus 22. Okay, let's look at a flail. A flail is only 10%. Bro, 22% chance to hit the head. And shield damage is 16. Okay. 16 versus 12 for a hand axe. So that's good. 25%, 85 to 100 damage, which is mediocre. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Let's look at the longsword that we have, which is 65 to 85. So it's definitely honestly, it's just a massive upgrade. I don't know why I'm really like geeking out about this, because I'm not gonna buy it, right? I definitely can't afford it. Like, even if I had the money, I couldn't afford it, and I definitely don't even have the money. I don't even have like a tenth of the money. So, well, I do have a tenth of the money, but yeah, we ain't buying it. I just wanted to see what the stat rolls on it were. That was pretty fun to look at, though. All right, we need to head down to Sandburg and then make our way into the sands. But first, let's level our guys up. Nasir, you, my good sir, have an arrow to the knee or leg or whatever. Your melee defense roll and your melee skill roll are both trash. So this is one of those levels that we're just going to grab all the secondary stats and kind of just go with it. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. You already have gifted. You already have Colossus. Minus 30% initiative and minus 30% melee defense due to your injury, but I do believe dodge is what you need. It'll all work out later. Ingolf, let's see here. Ooh, +3 to melee skill. Okay. +3 to melee defense. Cool. The +4 to resolve is what we need, and we'll give you Colossus. Sigmund. +4 to ranged, cool. A +2 to melee, yeah, we can do that. That's fine. And then we will pump up your health just a little bit. Not great, but I mean it's doable. And then we're gonna set you up with bags and belts. Markolf has not gotten a kill yet, but that's okay. An ambition fulfilled. So they're not a fighter. One of the sellswords asks, you shake your head, and they scratch theirs, but they're hired on anyway. You nod. The sellsword purses their lips for a second, then clarifies. And absolutely no fighting. No fighting. None. So they just fart around doing whatever task here and there. You explain that not every important role in a mercenary band needs to be one of fighting. After you've laid out all the jobs others could help out around here, the sellsword thinks for a time. Can they take up inventory counting then? Because I'm real tired of that. No, of course not. You'll never let your secret punishment go to someone else. Having a surgeon is going to be amazing, though. unfortunately, Ryland's already got a permanent injury because he's missing an ear. But all these other guys that don't have any injuries yet, any permanent injuries, if they get knocked down, well, okay, so Till the Mill's traumatized. But if any of these other guys get knocked down, I mean, they're going to survive. Unfortunately, some of our guys have, permanent injuries because, well, I'm incompetent. So we'll see how it goes. Let's actually look at our obituary. How many deaths? We have lost 28 men since I took over command of our company. Wernhard was one of our best units. Was with us for 47 days, 29 battles, had 14 kills. Died to a gladiator. Harold the Snake, 33 days, 20 battles, 10 kills. Killed by a gladiator by being pounded to death. Ingmar Ingleeyes was probably one of our better archers. Shot by a brigand marksman during that uphill battle. Ivar and Sigmar both died in that brigand raider battle as well. Got a webneck, killed Bertram. Our last, we had a few guys that were actually with us for a while there. Halstein the Bear, Bertwin, Rumold, Askir, and Corey. All of them disemboweled by Steinar. Ripped to shreds by a direwolf. Split in two by Steinar. Right. I forgot. Steinar. Who? Oh, Steinar is who Ryland is now. This was the fight that we had against a Hex, the witch that took over Steinar and had Steinar turn around and just start killing everybody. Killed by Rumold, right? Bertwin died during that fight. And then we had some Nomad Outlaws that took out Halstein the Bear and Dietrich. Dietrich sucks. And then over here we just had a bunch of thugs and early game kills and whatnot. But yep, 28 deaths. That's a bit of a tough pill to swallow there, guys. It's just gonna get worse from here. We're peasants after all. Okay, we got a 3-star contract. We have a ambush trade routes as well as a rebuilding effort. So everything in the market's probably going to be expensive. Honestly, it's not terribly expensive, but let's see here. So 1,200 crowns for us to drive off the brigands at Blackheart's Den, northeast of Jedensee. We have taken on some pretty tough fights with brigands recently. And we're honestly not doing terrible with fighting them. We're at the point now where brigands are really not the end-all, be-all. They're not that scary for us, right? It's kind of what I'm getting at. So I'm feeling pretty confident if we go into a brigand fight. That being said, we need to be mindful of how we're doing this. But I think we can handle this. Let's go see where they're at. They're over here. Oh, they are in the swamp. Oh, okay. The overall our overall map may give us some pretty shit positioning. Honestly, I'm not entirely certain here, but we'll see how it goes. Right. Fortifications, some thugs, a few marksmen, and some raiders. Honestly, that's not as bad as I thought. I could have swore we were going to be up against a leader. Oh, dude, we are in the water. We are literally in water. This is awful. Holy shit, this is bad. Okay. This is going to be a very, very rough fight just because we're absolutely in water. And if they push to us, great. But if they don't, we are foobarred. Gotta send all of our dogs out because they're the only things that can actually get through this fucking hellhole of a map. Oh my god, this is a terrible map. For us, at least. That's okay. We'll make it there. We'll be there eventually. We'll get there. We just need to get our dogs up here to at least take the brunt of everything. And Ryland, because he has Pathfinder, can actually move, which is amazing. We have 2 guys with metal crossbows, which is terrifying. A guy with a bow isn't the end of the world, but not great. If I can get Ryland up here and get a hold of somebody, it'll be we'll be in some pretty good shape. We just got to get there. That's 1 kill. Assume the water slows you down. The water, yes. So tiles. So let me think how I want to explain this. No, that's unfortunate. No, that's also unfortunate. Okay, so standard tiles, okay, cost 2 action points to move in. Murky water costs 3 action points to move in. There's also a fatigue cost with moving, okay? So, Pathfinder lets you move on difficult terrain, such as murky water. Action point cost for movement on all terrains reduced by 1 to a minimum of 2 action points per tile. And fatigue costs is reduced to half. And changing height levels also has no additional action point cost anymore. So going from level 1 to level 2 and increasing your height typically costs additional action points, but it doesn't when you're, when you have Pathfinder. Pathfinder is very important for a lot of builds because it allows you to actually take a step and then attack for the most part. See, Rudolph, I mean, a lot of these guys can only move like 1 or 2 steps, and then they're basically out of luck, right? But Rudolph, as well as Ryland, can actually go multiple steps because they have Pathfinder. So Ryland will be able to take a step up here and then hit. Okay, that was a good shot to meme. Oh, I should have taken the step here. It didn't matter. It did not matter. I'll take this step up. Good hit. Oh, we missed everybody. Damn, that's unfortunate. That's okay. We will get through it. We are going to lose quite a few of our dogs in this fight, which is unfortunate because we spent a lot of money on our dogs. However, our dogs have saved us on multiple fights at this point, so they've already paid. They've already, like, paid themselves off to an extent, right? Like, the biggest issue at this point is I just don't want to lose them. That's okay. That was a good kill by Rudolph. This Brigand Raider will be attacking him, or the dog, potentially. But this guy's running, right? Would you say Pathfinder or the Genius skill better to grab first on your main frontliners when starting to level up? So it really depends. I typically don't take Student at this point. I typically start off with Colossus. You can always take Student if you don't know what to grab. Pathfinder is not something that you absolutely have to have early game. It's very, very useful early game, but it's not a necessity early game. But there is a difference, right? Like, you can tell, like, when you're fighting in a swamp or something like that, or even in like the forest, some things are just better off being able to get through quicker because a lot of this stuff sucks. A lot of the terrain here kind of sucks. All right, see if we can get a kill here. Nope. That's unfortunate. That's okay, though.
All right, that's a good kill. That's a bad miss. It's unfortunate. So, we haven't lost any people yet. We've only lost... Ooh, fuck. Markholf. Getting pretty fucked up there, buddy. All right. And then we need to push. Need to get a hold of these freaking archers if I can. Okay. We're slowly getting a hold of them. Well, at least we will here in a second. We're gonna take a nope, can't take a step. I have to. No, I have to take a step. I just can't attack. It's unfortunate. Man, I need to get this dog out, but I won't be able to attack if I do that. 11:46. Go for it. Okay. Broke. Injured arm. That's fine. I can't move Rudolph yet. Okay, good. They're not shooting the guy that I don't want them to shoot. Cool. Okay. All right, we got one of them fleeing at this point, which is good. And I want us to be on top of them. Still can't fucking get a hit on this guy. Unfortunate. There we go. Now he's running. Ouch. Ryland may actually die here if I'm not careful. Oh my god, I need to get him out. Okay. I don't know how he's alive at 4 HP, but he is. Now he's not. Oh no, did we just lose Ryland? Oh, yeah, he's dead. Fuck. Man, Swamp ain't nothing to fuck with. It took us forever to try and get a kill on that guy who had a hammer. And hammers, unfortunately, are the counters to armor. So, I mean, makes sense. I was just really hoping that we would stay alive a little bit longer for that. So that is our best heavy armor two-handed user guy down. And we don't know if we're going to get his armor back. So that's unfortunate. But it is what it is.
Keep on keeping on. Maybe we would have had a better chance if we had a let loose the dog, so the dog could have gotten extra attacks in. I'm not entirely certain, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, I mean, the only unit we lost was Ryland, which kind of a silver lining, but then again, I mean, not really worth it considering he was our best unit. So okay, he wasn't the best late game unit by any means, but he was just the strongest unit we had at the time. So I mean, we'll be okay. This was just a rough fight. There's a reason why it was a 3-star contract. Oh no, we're running you down at this point. I'm not letting you guys get away after all the hell they put us through there. So we lost Ryland to Breadshire. We got... Man, are you freaking kidding me? We only got his helmet back. So, well, that makes sense because his armor was broken. But dude, losing his armor is awful. That armor was worth so much money. God, this pisses me off. That's okay. Slit their throats. Yeah, no, they're not doing anything. They're all dead. They're like, I'm not letting them get away after what they just did to our boy, our bestest boy that we had. Ryland to Breadshire. That's a tough loss to swallow right there. Absolute heartbreaking loss right there. Ooh, okay, let's see here. Rudolph, congratulations, my guy. I think it's time for you to take to the front lines and take over for good old Ryland here. Unfortunately, we don't have really good defensive roles for you, but I think we'll have to do with what we got. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ryland just started fleeing, and that kind of is what really started doing it. Kind of did him in. That and, you know, poor positioning. I was hoping he would be able to tank that a little bit longer, but that's okay. That's okay. Rudolph, we can definitely set you up with at least his old helmet. We can set you up with that as well. 18 melee defense, but you've got dodge. So, I mean, you'll be okay. We could set you up as a nimble two-hander, but I'm not a huge fan of nimble two-handers. And honestly, you have way too much negative fatigue for you to be a nimble two-hander. We'll have to... And we don't have good gear for any nimble builds, really, right now. Let's see here. Rudolph, I kind of want to see if I can get you better armor, but we don't really have anyone that's got better armor on, and you don't have Battle Forged yet, so it's not absolute necessity. It's just a we should look into that. Cool. Markholf, congratulations on surviving. We're gonna give you bags and belts. Battle standard, find employment there, take on and complete contracts for the ruling elite. Yeah, let's go to the south because that's where we need to go anyway. We need to fulfill 5 contracts for the desert city states. That's fine. Do I even want to know? Ryland or Breadshire, 72 days, 42 battles, 46 kills. Wow. He was here. He was literally one of our first units. He was within our first group of units that we had. And he made it 72 days, and he had more kills than he had battles. So you know he was putting in work. He was putting in work. That's unfreaking fortunate. Okay, we have any other people that we should look into hiring or anything potentially right now? Not really. I don't want to go back to the northwest. We need to go to the south. And we're not going back to the northwest. So, yeah. I'm not doing it. Let's go ahead and patch everybody up real quick. And then we'll head down to Sandburg, see if they've got anything going on. Okay, so they have ambush trade routes. Drive off the brigands west of Sandburg. We can probably do this. I'm not feeling great after the last time we tried to do this, but I mean, we should be able to handle it. We're running a little low on tools, but it is what it is, and we've got decent sell prices here. Not amazing, but we can at least try to start selling some of the crap that we're getting that we don't necessarily want and or need. Who knows, maybe then we'll actually try to turn a little bit of a profit here. Start looking into getting some better gear again. Because we have lost our best armor multiple times at this point. We lost our footman armor. We have lost our lamellar armor with our coat attached, with our extra metal plates attached to it. So all the armor that we've actually modified, we've lost. Yeah, so that's just very, very unfortunate. Okay, we're now in a place where we can at least field everybody. We have a full 12 man. It's not up to 16, which is the total amount that we can field, but this looks fine. We just got thugs and poachers, should be okay. They're just heavily fortified. And they're definitely not going to be pushing us. They have so many poachers back there. Yeah, they're not pushing at all. That's fine. Good hit. We'll get Husney up here. Let's get some solid push in. There we go. We got a kill. We keep pushing up. Oof. So many slings. Oh no, I got dazed. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Okay. Got a kill at least there. I'll drop that. Yes, please keep lining up so my guy here can kill the backliners. Please do that. Keep doing that. Doing a great job. There we go. Now we got a kill. Okay, and this is basically over. Okay, and now we just end it. Let this guy run away. We don't care about him. All right, it's over. That time we didn't lose anybody. It's amazing what happens when you don't have to fight in a fucking swamp. God. Okay. You know, we're just gonna take it all because we need all the money that we can get at this point. But at least this way we're starting to get some of our money back, right? It's going to take a lot for us to actually get to where we need to be, but I mean, we're going to recover. It's fine. That's one of the biggest things, guys, is that with Battle Brothers, you're going to lose units. You're going to lose a lot of money and whatnot. It's just trying to find a way to recover from it and then keep on pushing on. That's really the name of the game. It kind of sucks when you have a really well-rounded unit and whatnot, or a really strong unit, and you lose them. But it's a kind of what I get for playing the way that I play. Okay, let's see here. We have some helmets that we can get rid of, and I don't necessarily want to repair all the armor. Armor doesn't really do a great return on investment in comparison to weapons, so I don't really recommend repairing armor that much. Repairing weapons, of course, is definitely worth it, depending on doing the math and whatnot. But okay, we're at least making it to the city-states. I'm hoping that we can get a hold of some semi-decent gear down here. I'm not too confident. 12 nomads, a outlaw, and a bunch of cutthroats. Okay, well, we can handle that. We can definitely handle that. May not handle it well, but we can handle it. And we'll get Ingolf set up here to be at least semi-ready for this. Yeah, that's fine. And then Carl, slowly getting to the point where I need him to be. He's not doing great, but I mean, 52 melee skill is not good by any means, but we're just trying to get him to where he's able to, you know, do what we need him to do. Alright, we'll take a step up here. Good kill. So many clubs. So many clubs. Sigmund, do we have an... why do you have a wonky bow? What am I doing? Like, am I even fucking playing this game? Like, what am I doing here? This is awful. Why? Why do you have a wonky bow? What am I... Okay. Bro, I swear to God. Okay, let's get up here, help out the dog so we don't lose the freaking dog. We only have like one, maybe two. Wolfgang, can you swap out to this, please? Get us a kill. Thank you. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, that's a good kill. We're doing fine there. Okay, Cunnerbert is stunned, but it's not the end of the world. Keep the dog alive. Dog's alive. Don't know for how long, but he's alive.
I want that pole mace. I need that pole mace. I don't really need the pole mace, but I want it, so I'm gonna get it. If I can help it. It's gonna be mine. All mine. Ooh, that was a good hit. Tough for me, but it was a good hit. Ingolf, don't die to this guy. You should be fine, right? Should be. We'll see. Oh no, we're running you down. Oh, okay. So he was definitely going for Ingolf there. That could have ended badly. Okay, now he's fleeing. Okay, well, we got him completely surrounded at this point. I'm not too worried about his armor. That looks like the dogs are going to maul his armor apart anyway, so it's not really too much of a point me trying to come up here and dagger him down. That's the trade-off of having dogs, right? So you just want to do as much damage as you possibly can and just take them out. And there we go. Didn't lose anybody. Got a couple of levels. Got some dates as well as some money. So, I mean, all things considered, not terrible. Got the pole mace. We can actually pick up everything. We have enough inventory for it. And we'll head to the next city. All right, let's see here. So Ingolf did take a bit of a beating there. He's got a broken nose. Markholf is coming along. Okay, he's doing pretty decent. Still not getting the best rolls that I'm wanting for him, but I mean, it is working. We're going to go ahead and give him gifted as well, because I really want those extra stat points here, right? And then we'll pad up his resolve. While we're at it, Sigmund, we're also going to give you gifted, friend, and get you set up to where we are in a better spot for you. I don't know why I grabbed that. That melee defense is kind of a trap. We don't really need that. I'll definitely put it in resolve, though. 6360 versus 6259. I mean, they're both very comparable right now at level 3, but only time will tell over multiple levels here of where we're going to start seeing them divide. But either way, they're both going to be pretty decent range hybrid units. So is Tamim, honestly. Like, Tamim's not doing terrible for being one level ahead of them, a 58 instead of 59, 60. Like, he's not awful by any means. But we'll probably be able to swap Tamim around a little bit on his build. We have a lot of guys that are like backliners or like hybrid units. Cunnabert, we're going to set him up to be a frontliner eventually. He's just not doing the best. Let's see if we can patch up some of his shortcomings here. But we'll get him squared away to be a frontliner. He's not going to be great, but he'll be doable for, you know, what we need, right? Because Rudolph's currently filling in the gap that Ryland left when he died. So we'll see how this goes. And then Nasir will be fine as a shield unit, but he's not going to be the best a frontliner. He's not going to be like a two-hander or anything like that. We don't have the melee defense for him on that front. We could look into hiring the butcher that is here. We could also, well, let's just look at the arena. I swear to God, if you say I have to fight more freaking... Oh, it's spiders. 5 web necks. 5 web necks is doable with 3 guys. I will say that. For 760 crowns, I'm feeling pretty confident for 5 web necks. That's not the end of the world. We can definitely do that. Unfortunately, with these, you won't be able to take a dog in because this takes the dog slot. I don't want to send in Markolf. Hoosney wouldn't be the end of the world if we sent him in, right? We could give him something that's going to be pretty good against the webnecks. And he's got decent enough defensive stats. Same with Nasir. We can give him something that's a little bit better against webnecks instead of a spear. And then, I mean, honestly, we could just send in Rudolph. Rudolph's got really good melee attack. So does Till. Both of those guys could do pretty good, but Till does not have the melee stats for it. Rudolph at least does. So this... What if we lose our best units again? Why not? Just send it. What's the worst that could happen, right? Right? Where's our last one? Hello? Who has it? Markolf does for some freaking reason. Okay, whatever. Markolf, I need to get you squared away with having a crossbow here as well as a bag of bolts so you can have something to swap to. Sigmund, we're getting rid of this wonky bow. I don't know why you have it. And we're going to give you a pole mace, actually, believe it or not. And let you have some fun with that. Yeah. Okay, we should be okay fighting the webnecks. I hope we're okay fighting the webnecks. And I can buy some tools. Might as well buy some tools here. And then let's have some fun with it. Let's just see what happens, right? Can't be that bad, right? 5 of them. They're not going to spawn more, so we should be okay. That's like half the problem with webnecks is that they end up spawning more, so we'll just avoid that entirely by moving back and making them spend their entire movement and all their action points just to get up on top of us. And now we'll take a look. Okay, 68% or 58. Okay, good kill. Good. Much easier than gladiators, by the way. I don't think we took any damage. Yeah, no damage whatsoever. Rudolph got 3 of the kills, got a lot of the XP. That's yeah, no, that one was a good fight. That one went really well. Got free money basically. But man, anytime I see gladiators now, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know if I want that. All right. We will get paid 150 in advance and 590 when we're done, and we have to hunt down whatever terrorizes the town. It's a 2 crown payout, and I sure hope it's not the Spooky Bobs. Please don't be Spooky Bobs. Spooky Bobs are spooky. I think we'll be okay if... Let's mark some of this stuff for repair. We need to sell some junk too, and we need to mark these 3 helmets here for repair because they're better than most of the helmets that we're using right now. I'm being lazy and I'm not actually upgrading everyone's gear whenever I can, so that's another issue that I'm running into. But that's, you know, just me not doing what I should be doing, because I should be putting these helmets on people and whatnot, right? But we just haven't been doing it. I kind of want to hire this guy. I want to see what he's got. And then I do... There's a weaponsmith here, but I'm not terribly sold. Ooh, a Cadle dagger. Ooh. Man, I would love that. But anyway. Okay, we need to hunt down whatever terrorizes the town, right? I have no idea what's terrorizing the town. Please be something like serpents. Oh, it is serpents. It's 7 of them, though. That's actually kind of horrifying. I did not expect there to be that many of them. Okay. We're going to have to just deal with it. And I sure hope I have people... Okay. We're sending it. Serpents are really fun for their materials, but they're kind of a doozy of a fight. I'm gonna be real here. They are a bit of a doozy of a fight. And there's 7 of them, which is insane to me. Okay, is that all of them? Nope, there's one more. That's a good shot. Yeah, I kind of figured we wouldn't get lucky enough to have 2 in a row, right? Okay, now we're cooking with gasoline. Okay, we just need to get on top of these guys because I don't want them to be able to do their bullshit mechanics. I don't like their mechanics. Their mechanics are annoying as fuck. It's a lot of displacement. A lot of displacement. There's some just... Oh, God. Yep. And since they have the surround bonus whenever they're like this, it gets really dumb really quickly on how this goes. I don't think he had a permanent injury yet, so we should get him back. But either way, it's still kind of unfortunate, right? Oh, that's terrifying. Sigmund, no! Ooh. That's not good either. Can you guys not? That'd just be great if you could just not. Yep, Sigmund's down. Okay, that's a 67% chance to get a kill there. 58, 71. Let's go for the kill. Just get him out. Get it taken care of, right? Tamim, we're swapping you over to a long weapon. Markholt's gonna die. Yep. It wasn't the third attack, the third fight. It was definitely more like the 5th or 6th. We're gonna see how this goes. We are somehow still in it and not completely foobarred. Somehow. Don't kill Markov. Yeah, you're gonna kill Markov. I figured. There he goes. Markolf's not dead yet. He hasn't gotten a permanent injury, but man, oh man, is this a rough freaking fight. Are we having fun yet? This is pretty freaking rough, if I do say so myself. Okay. Markolf has a weakened heart, which is minus 30% hit points. Well, that's unfortunate, but it's a good thing he's in the back line. Same thing with Sigmund. So both of those guys are hybrid units. They have 30% less hit points, but that's okay. Husni is now missing a finger, but that's only a minus 5% a melee attack. That's fine. Melee and range attack. And then Serpent Skin as well as Glistening Scales. Okay. Good frickin' lord. Now that was a bit of a doozy. Well, so a lot of our units are now pretty messed up. So we just need to have everyone just kind of chill in the back line here, and then Al Hazif may be our best option. Well, you know, let's just wait here one more day. Why not? See if we can get everyone repaired. We've got some guys that we can still use for a arena bout, right? So we got some potential here still. We could go to the temple. I don't really want to go to the temple. It's going to be pretty expensive for us to get everyone patched up. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay. An event triggered. You put your head down for a nap. The silky bed sheets slide off your body as you roll to a side. Birds flutter past a sleek ivory-framed window. A voice pours into your ear, a hint of an aroma you've never smelled before gracing upon you. You're awake. A woman rolls herself over, running a finger down your chest before going back up and seizing your chin. Lithe. Pretty. The sun glowing across her smooth face and lighting up a set of emerald eyes. She goes for a kiss. You quickly slide out of the bed and frantically look around. She grips the sheets and comes to her knees, confused. What's wrong? Where are you going, my emperor? So basically, we're having a dream that we are an emperor. You look down, you see a stream of soldiers marching down the middle of the road, each man stepping in unison with their brother, a steady staccato clap of boots, their faces stern in their gilded helms, long polearms glistening upward as though they meant to defeat their enemies with opulence itself. They're going off to war to face the great beyond and to defeat it. All right. The woman's at your side. She smiles warmly, taking you by the arm. You're ready to agree to it and the new reality, whatever it be, and then ready to fall in the embrace, but a cry from below wails loud and clear over all else. You glance down to see the soldiers once joined in perfect uniformity, breaking rank. In the distance, a great mountain is erupting, jetting great bursts of red fire and an enormous cloud of hot ash, which quickly pools into the city. Buildings disintegrate, gardens burst into flames, and the people scream. They turn away, but there's no escaping the heat. Soldiers collapse and scream, surging, searing heat, and soon enough you see the denizens melting in it. The soldiers becoming melted metal golems, singed into the very armor which was meant to protect them, and the unarmored crowds simply burst aflame. The woman cries at your side. Oh, it's horrible, horrible. Would you look at it? But it's okay, understand? It's perfectly okay. Look at me, look at me. The woman grabs you and spins you around. Her once soft features have hardened into blackened flakes, the top of her head already burnt bald. Her teeth falling out of dripping gums, yet she's grinning. We'll rise again, Emperor. We shall rise again. Her skull breaks apart and her body collapses into a pile of burning bones. You jerk awake to find Ingolf shaking you. Sir, wake up. You've got a group of refugees here saying that the dead are rising from the earth and killing everything in sight. The woman's face flashes before your eyes. It is horrifically scarred, but this doesn't stop her from grinning. The Empire rises. Ladies and gentlemen, the undead crisis has begun for the late game crisis. Late game crisis is supposed to happen somewhere around 100 days. It happening around day 76 feels a little early for me, but that's okay. 14 hyenas. It's a pleasant dream, right, Bruce? Bro, 14 hyenas is actually kind of horrifying. That is a shit ton of hyenas. That is an absolute shit ton of hyenas. I'm not a fan of this. Not a fan of this at all. We need to get kills. I need to get kills. We need to get these guys like removed from combat, for the love of God. Get them removed. We need damage removed from the table. Something fierce. Get the dogs out. Hopefully the dogs can help somewhat. Move. Get a kill. Nope, no kill. That's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. We're getting attacked because we were in camp. This is awful. We may wipe. Well, we probably won't full wipe, but we're definitely screwed. Because we've got half of our company that just got injured in our last fight, right? Okay, Wolfgang's pretty much fucked. A lot of our units are actually pretty much fucked here. Like Tamim, not in a good spot whatsoever. Like, these guys are going down. 100%. We just got completely outnumbered, outflanked, something fierce, because we only had 8 guys, and actually 7. We have 8 counting the dog, right? And our dog is doing work, but not enough to save us from what's going on, right? And our dog's dead now. God, I hope we're able to get around this, but I don't think we are. I think this is a wipe going into the end game. Man, this sucks. Just getting completely freaking surrounded. And we can only do so much, right? Like, some of these guys, like this guy's confident. This guy's not. And we need to take out the ones that are confident, or at least like not running off. That way we can potentially cause a rout, right? So the more we can get to start running, the more likely we are to actually get some kills and cause a mass rout, which will save us. But we are in trouble. Whew, okay. In freaking trouble, let me tell you. And we are not getting lucky with our attacks either. And all the ones that were running are no longer running. That's freaking fantastic. Yep. This is a full wipe, guys. Like, I don't think I want to try and piece together the company after this, because we just got completely clapped and we got completely surrounded. Like, we just lost so many units on this one. Like, we've taken quite a few heavy hits before, but this one here was just like a complete wipe. We would have done a lot better if we had our full forces, but we were in the middle of repairing and like trying to patch each other up. It's one of the worst things about getting attacked in the middle of the night. And since we're at day 70 something, like, it is what it is. So we still have 9 hyenas, and if you look, we only have all of our completely screwed like patched up guys, and we lost all the gear that we had. So at this point, I think it's time for us to retire, and we lost the Undaunted. Like, that's kind of how I want to end the run at that point. We just could not get around some of those issues. So that is the end of our Undaunted, and that death counter is way off. So let's just move my head over here. So the mercenaries tried to get you to stay, but you felt it was time to retire from fighting altogether. Last you heard, the Undaunted's new commander was fooled into a horrible contract. The money wasn't right, and the battle itself went south in a real hurry. Sounds familiar. The company completely broke apart not long after this misstep. What's merely a hound to one man is a loyal beast to Ingolf. After leaving the company, the Houndmaster went out to work for the nobility. Unfortunately, he refused to let hundreds of his dogs be used as a battle vanguard to be thrown away for some short-lived tactical advantage. He was hanged for his traitorous ideals. Carl the Thief read the lines being drawn in the sand and retired from the Undaunted while he still could. He took what money he had made and threw together a crew of thieves and brigands. Last you heard, they pulled off a perfect heist only for one of his partners to stab him in the back and take off with all the goods. Now you sit in the basement of a tavern, sleeping amongst vagrants and vagabonds who've no coin to afford a room just for themselves. You want to get back into the mercenary work, but with no coin, you'll have to work from the bottom up, probably soldiering beneath some incompetent commander. Death by poverty or death by ineptitude. Those seem to be your choices now. We retired with 33 points, which is not good. That was a rough go at it, my guys. Kind of a not a fun way to end the Undaunted run, but that is what it is. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how to continue this stream by any means, considering this was primarily an Undaunted run stream. Now, we can always start a new run and get another Battle Brothers run up and going for another live stream series. But yeah, I kind of want to just take a moment to, think and talk about it and whatnot. But yeah, this is Battle Brothers. It's a ton of fun, and it's okay to lose. There are times where you will lose, like losing units, losing a run. Battle Brothers is as close to a roguelike for a strategy game that then, like, most things happen, right? So you can just go until you essentially can't or don't want to anymore. And while that one we could have kept going, it was right at the beginning of a late game crisis. All of our units were basically like permanently injured and completely foobarred, and no one was fully healed. We didn't have fully repaired armor, and we had a pack of 9 hyenas there. So yeah, and we lost like some of our best units due to that. So I mean, right before that. So yeah, there wasn't really much of a way for us to repair that. That being said, if we do, and we probably will do another Battle Brothers live stream series, we'll be doing a different startup besides Peasant Militia. I'm not a huge fan of Peasant Militia, but it is what it is. That was rough. Kind of a play on word. I mean, hyenas kind of bark, right? They're known for like laughing and whatnot, right? Something like that.
They're kind of dogs, kind of. But yeah, no, that was a rough end. No, I'm not gonna lie. So, Peasant Militia, that is that origin. You're not able to hire some of the best units in the game, but you do have the benefit of numbers. Here's the problem. I never used the number strategy to its fullest extent, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why I struggled there with Peasant Militia, because it does not suit my playstyle by any means. But yeah, that is Battle Brothers, guys. And if you ever want to learn how to play Battle Brothers, right? So let me. Obviously, there's playing the game, but there are scenarios, right? So if you want to learn how to play some of this, right, you can actually go through and play some various scenarios, right? So in the main screen, there are scenarios here, and it'll teach you this is the closest thing to a tutorial that you can get. So instead of you being in the middle of a run and trying to learn how to fight undead, well, you can just go in here and do a line battle for undead, or a line battle against orcs or goblins or goblin wolf riders, or, you know, a possible late game encounter and enemy composition and equipment available, and it's difficult. So all of these are just, you know, you got swipe, well-suited line of sight, fogs of war, ranged combat. This is easy. You got moderate difficulty, and then you're just starting to learn all this stuff. So walk in the woods. I have no idea what this is, but yeah. So you start off with Hacken, who's got full-on late game. Oh, everyone's level 1. Why? Why is everyone level 1? This is rough. So everyone's got like super late game gear that you can get squared away in. Everyone's got mediocre stats. You can change all the gear layouts. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Honestly, what we could do is just set it up to where everyone is in super heavy armor and just do basically a bunch of... Oh no, these guys have terrible defensive stats, and we don't have... Man, okay. Oh, this guy's got famed armor. Okay, that's cool. You get you a helmet, and you've got famed gear as well. With only a 65 range skill, that's really not that good. Like a lot, like, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of how some of this stuff's looking out, but whatever. Okay, we'll get some people squared away here. We got some frontliners. We got a guy. Yeah, this'll just be what it is. And then let's see if we can get... We don't necessarily have any better armor here. Yep. Okay, start the battle with 7 guys. Oh, great, we're up against Naxxers. So you start off with 7 freaking Naxxers. Or 4 Naxxers against our 7 guys. And our archer's going to die before we even get a turn. Noted. And everyone's got kind of trash stats. I like how it's a harder battle, and by hard they mean it's just straight up unfair because your guys aren't actually equipped or given the stats of late game units. You're just given the gear, but without the perks or anything, you're just screwed. Honestly, hilarious how rough this fight's gonna be. So yeah, but you're gonna lose units, right? So it's gonna kind of just show you how to fight Naxxers, or at least you're just not Naxxers, Necros haven't. I don't know why I'm saying Naxxers. Okay, that's 1 down. It's 2 down. And then they're going to teleport around and hit Cunnerbert.
Siegfried is dead, but we'll at least get an attack off and miss. So he's still on Cunibert. Okay. And this is the type of a thing that you can do for a just trying to learn how certain mechanics for different enemies work, right? And obviously these battles are not what I would call fair due to how they're doing this. Since you don't actually get to level your perks up or anything like that, you're just getting standard stat rolls on everybody, which I think is a terrible way of doing this, but whatever. Like, you're not going to have somebody who has full on a super heavy gear like this without having any like increased melee stats whatsoever. So you're going to have more than a 33% chance to hit for melee and whatnot. But the good news is this heavy armor is actually like really good for this type of fight. So these guys are at least doing okay, kind of, but well, they were, and now they're not. Okay, well, we got another one, and this guy's dead. And then there were two. So now it's a 2v1. And I'm hoping that we can win, but we'll see. And the good news is they got to go through Haken's armor, which we should be fine with. As long as they're targeting Haken and not the other guy, I think we'll be okay. But yeah. These are the scenarios. Highly recommend looking into these before you get super deep into a standard Battle Brothers run. It won't necessarily like set you up by any means, but I mean, you'll at least understand that there are different units out there that have or different enemy types that have different things. And I'm not entirely certain if I were to grab the same scenario again, if it'll be against Necrosavants or not. Like, we can try that and just see what everyone's at. Yeah, okay, so it's against Necrosavants again, which is kind of dumb. But yeah. But yeah, that's what you could try to do just to see if you can learn a little bit more about it. But overall, you learn a lot more just by playing and not necessarily by doing scenarios. It's just something if you're like, oh, well, I want to try out a different strategy or something like that, without having to invest too much into an entire run, you can definitely try those out here. But anyway, guys, that is basically all I've got today. I wanted to do a bit longer of a stream, but I mean, that kind of, had a bit of a dampener on things since we lost the run. So we will be back next week. I'm not sure with what, probably with some War Tales, right? We've got ourselves a War Tales run that we're still in the progress of doing, so we can definitely do some War Tales. And then if anyone wants to see more Battle Brothers content and whatnot, just let me know, either in the comments here or in Discord or anything like that. And if you have any recommendations on Battle Brothers starts, as in like Origins or whatnot, by all means feel free to let me know, and we can try to get something up and going with that. Anyway, guys, thanks again for tuning in. Hope to catch you all next time. And until then, have a good one.